You ready?
Would like to
Yes. We'd like to call the meeting to order. Mr. Gonzalez? You can go live, yes. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of Municipal Council of May 23rd, 2023 at 7 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Council President. Roll call for the regular meeting of May 23rd, 2023. Councilman Abdelaziz, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila,
present.
Councilman Jackson, Councilman Mendez,
Good evening, Madam Clerk. Present. Good evening, Paterson.
Councilwoman Mims,
I am here.
Councilman Udin, and Councilman Velez.
Welcome, bienvenidos. My vote is yes.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson is here.
Councilman Jackson. Present. Thank you. Council President.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Council President, rendering the prayer tonight is Reverend Yolanda Debnan of New Christian Tabernacle under the leadership of Pastor Donald Warren, followed by the flag salute led by Councilman Mendez. Can we all stand for the prayer?
Let us bow our heads. Father, we thank you. We thank you for yet another day that you have allowed us life. We give you praise for that. Yes. God, on this evening, we ask you to be in charge. Have your way. God, we ask you to have your way in these men and women that represent Paterson. God, we're asking you to destroy all doubt and fear and confusion in the name of Jesus. I ask you to bless each and every person that is in this room and in this building. God, we're asking you to heal Paterson in the name of Jesus. We're asking you to bring it together and destroy division. God, we're asking you to let there be realness and good character in those that lead us, oh God. We ask you to be in control of everything. Bless the young people. Bless our children. Bless the men. Bless the women, oh God. And we're asking you, oh God, to let there be peace in the midst of the storm. So God, we thank you for an opportunity to even pray to you on this evening. Now, God, we're asking you to have your way in this assembly, this meeting, and we destroy the plan of the enemy. For it is in Jesus' name that I do pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Councilman.
Deacon Mack.
We still remain standing for the pledge.
Deacon Mack,
Come up.
can you come up?
The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Deacon Mack.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Everyone, please remain standing. We'll now have a moment of silence for our troops and those who have lost loved ones. Thank you. Everyone may take your seat. Council members, Councilwoman Cotton is not feeling well tonight, so she will not be here. Keep her in our prayers.
Council President,
Councilman Jackson.
very quickly, first I wanted to thank Deacon Mack for being such a steward. For those of you in the community who are aware of my posture, if you will, my stances that I consistently take, unfortunately, I was blindsided today by the 3 individuals from the, I forget which department it was, the Attorney General's office, but they called it something else, where they served me with a warrant to confiscate my telephone. And I welcome that, as I welcome anything else, because they can look all into my phone outside of maybe some inappropriate photographs of my feet. There's nothing in there that they will find. But Brother Mack, I appreciate you so much. I did not have any numbers. As we all know, at this stage, when your phone is lost, you lose track of all communications. So, but I appreciate you showing up, and I had to, I know you were supposed to render the prayer, but I appreciate you helping us out with the flag salute today, so thank you. And I just want to remind the community that I will continue to stay diligent. It is not anything, I don't care if it's the Attorney General, I don't care if it's the state office or the U.S. Attorney General. I'm not going to detract from exposing the corruption that's taking place within our community. They can do whatever they want to do. I have not committed any crime. I remain diligent on that. I'm asking for a speedy and diligent and swift trial, which I'm entitled to, and I've been denied. They've taken every measure to assassinate my character and to blemish my my reputation, and I stand on it in full. I will continue to advocate for my community the way I have. They can have that phone, the next phone, the iPhone, the bat phone, the iPad, whatever it is they like to confiscate, they're more than welcome to. So I appreciate all of you guys for continuing to support me. Thank you.
Council President.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims.
So, to the viewing public, and I know it's almost repetitive. I see some of my good friends in the audience on tonight, but it's almost repetitive to say this once again. Every time I put something forth on the agenda, it is removed. And now to me, I'm going to call it out, it's becoming a discriminatory practice. Last week, there was an item presented. Most of you know the famous
Councilwoman, can't you read the statement of
group,
compliance?
after I'm done. The famous group, Blackstreet. They're born and raised in Paterson.
What?
It was on the agenda last week. And now, once again, it's not only removed, but it's blacked out. If that is not a discriminatory undertone, I'm not sure what is. When we left this meeting last Tuesday, it was stated that it will be on the regular agenda. And on tonight, and if you get a packet from there, you will see that it is not only taken off the agenda, it is blacked out. Now, I think it's discriminatory because we on this council side, we have reviewed, we have presented and given our information over to the committees, we've done our due diligence for people that have done some great things in the community. But to come back from last week where it was stated it would be on regular, and now to come tonight and to see that it is not only removed, but it is blacked out. This was done on Friday when we got our packet, and then today it is here. I looked because I was told that it would be here. I'm looking, I don't see anything. So there is a consistent pattern that is happening on the council. And I'm going to keep bringing it up. I don't care if people say Mims is talking long. She's going to keep talking long and strong at the same time. I think it's shameful. I think it's disrespectful and is a discriminatory practice. Because let me say this, even if it comes back on, it should have never been removed in the first place. When we leave the council chambers, it is unethical after we leave to remove any item from the agenda. It is unethical, and I continue to say it every time it's done. But to receive our packet on Friday after Tuesday, we had the discussion, and to see it blacked out again, and then to come before us on tonight and it's still in the same condition, I think is a discriminatory practice, and it needs to be addressed. And I want to put it out to the viewing public.
Can you please, Madam Clerk, please read the statement of compliance?
Yes, Council President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law, 2022-2023. Meeting date, May 23rd, 2023, time 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1, the annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2022 to 2023 on or about July 1st, 2022. 2, a schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022 to 2023 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2022 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, The Arabic Voice, The Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, the Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022 to 2023 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, and the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022 to 2023 was duly filed with the Municipal Clerk. 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilwoman Mims mentioned something about an item was on the agenda. I wasn't the sitting council president at that time. Through the week, I received emails. I also received phone calls from our committee chair that you wasn't discussing the committee. Also, Councilman Mendez, he was the sitting council president. He asked, he sent an email to Madam Clerk to this item to be put on hold so it could go to the committee and so we could put on the next agenda. Councilman Mendez, then Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you. And as you mentioned before, yes, at that meeting, the last workshop, I was the sitting council president, and I left the legislation on the agenda because definitely I agree. I have no opposition on the legislation. But after that, I did my homework. Even though the committee chair, Councilman Abdelaziz, say that that street renaming was not discussed at the committee. So we left it on the agenda. After that, I met with some member of the community, and there's some concern specifically of the location that we're planning to rename a portion of Fifth Avenue between East 23rd and East 24 as Black Street, specifically from a business owner that is right on that block. She covered the entire block, and she's very concerned that her business will be affected by the renaming of this portion. Also, I spoke with Councilman Joe Ramirez. He lived on that block. So there was other concern as well. And Director Ramirez was there also. So what I did was that, and I do apologize if Councilwoman Mims was not on the email. So we put a stop and we sent it back to the committee to analyze. One of the requests that I have from that business owner that live on Fifth Avenue was that just to wait a little bit and just analyze what will be the best location to rename the portion of the street. We definitely agree that this group of artists, they have done an outstanding job putting our community on the top across the nation. So the whole idea is to just go over and see what will be the best location, maybe a location that is related with them, where they were born, or where they live in the city of Paterson. So I think that definitely we could come into an agreement. There shouldn't be any problem. This is not time sensitive. I think this this is not gonna affect the city on a negative, positive way. That was the best decision that we could take it, but we're gonna have the discussion. I'm not at the committee, but Councilwoman Mims should be in that discussion with the committee chair and bring it back to the council. Thank you, Council President.
Council President.
Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you very much, Council President. So I want to address two things. I sit on the street naming committee, and this item did not come to committee. I did ask the chair, was there any conversations? And he basically said there was an email addressed to the councilwoman who was sponsoring it about sending the information to Corporation Council, not for it to go on the workshop, but for it to go to committee. So that's the first thing. It didn't go to committee. Secondly, I want to address something because I as well got phone calls, okay? Because in that area, so you have the park on one side and you have this business that has been there for over 75 years. So there was some concerns there, and I think at the end of the day, right, when somebody calls you, business owner or somebody that lives in the area, that you need to take that into consideration and have the conversation, and that's where it should happen, in committee before it comes to the workshop. The other thing I want to address, and I need clarification, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk is also, she's been my assistant for 9 years. And every time I see her working on the agenda and it's completed and there's changes, this has happened numerous times, just like the clerk, who I hope she's feeling better from her procedure. There is a blackout because that's what the computer does. So can you please, because I feel really disheartened when I hear that there's discrimination going on because something is blacked out or blocked out. So I really want you to just address, why is it that that's blacked out in that manner? And that's not something that the council does. It is the clerk's office, and through my assistant here, the council president secretary in mind, that when workshops are done and agendas are completed, and then there's a change, there's a blackout on something if it's asked to be removed. So can you please?
Council President?
Yes, please.
In answer to your question, Councilwoman Davila, I was instructed to remove the item from the agenda.
Correct. That is correct. No. So we're not, listen, that is true. It was asked to be removed.
What is this?
No, exactly. There's no conspiracy here. It was asked to be removed. It didn't go through the chair of the committee. Asked for it to be removed.
Right.
So that is true. So you're correct.
Okay.
I'm talking about that black line. That's because you explained that to me when I asked you, why is this blacked out? You explained, so I want you to put it on record.
Okay, the reason why it was blacked out is because the agenda was completed.
Okay.
We had already prepared the home packages.
Okay.
And then we would have had to renumber everything.
Okay.
So we couldn't just, leave it on there.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so that's what I want to, so everyone here,
And it has happened previously as well.
this is, all I wanted was clarification through the clerk's office who prepares the agenda, that is the reason why it was blacked out. Number one,
Council
because it was
President.
asked to be removed, because it seems like there's some type of conspiracy. There isn't. It's just a conversation that needs to happen. So I just wanted to say thank you
Council
for
President.
clarifying that.
Council
Thank you.
President.
1 second, Councilwoman. We do have an agenda. We need to move forward with this city business.
Until this is resolved.
Yes, I'm gonna I acknowledge you. I'll give you the floor. Councilwoman Mims. After Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Jackson, then we need to do the city business.
So
Councilman Mims.
Paterson, be not deceived. Be not manipulated. I've been sitting on this council for 5 years. And there's many times, because as you know, Jackson always talks about how they remove his item. Now I'm added to the removing of items. When they want to remove items, they remove them. They cross them off. They can renumber. There are only, these are the two current issues where they've been blacked out. In times past, they've never blacked items out.
Councilwoman,
I'm
Mumsey,
speaking. I have the floor.
I know you speak, you
Council
need to
President,
stop
I have
it.
the floor.
You need to stop
I have
it.
the
That's
floor.
all.
No,
You
I'm
Point of order.
speaking.
Point of order.
I'm speaking.
No,
Point of
this-
order.
I'm speaking.
this
Just because,
lies-
I'm
I am
sorry, point of
speaking.
order.
I
You
am
need to
speaking.
stop.
Council President, just
I am
because you're the
speaking.
president doesn't mean
I'm
you
the
can
council.
derail
I
whatever
am
she's saying.
speaking. I'm speaking.
Point of order.
I'm
You need to
speaking.
stop.
No, I'm not going to stop. If you stop
Because
removing my items,
you
I'll
was
stop.
the one.
I have
Point
the
of
floor.
order.
You're
Council
out of
President,
order,
you're
Council
out of
President.
order.
You're out of order.
You're out
You
of
are out
order.
of order. You
You're
don't
out
have
of
the
order.
floor.
You're out of
You
order.
don't have the
You're out of
floor.
order.
You are out of
You're
order.
out of order.
You are out of
You're
order.
out of order.
You don't have the floor.
Council
You are out
President.
of order.
You don't have the floor either.
Councilman Mims, please finish
Excuse me,
your statement.
So-
Councilman Jackson, ask for the floor next time you want to speak. Councilman Mims, continue.
So this is why they don't want to televise workshops, so you're clear. But let me say this. I can go back, because I save all of workshop documents and regular. I can show you proof. They never, this is the second time only that it's been blacked out. They cross it off or they will renumber it. The only two times they blacked out is this item and workshops being televised. You can go back and look at the packets. I will show you it has not been done. Second thing. I spoke to the owner and the founder of the funeral home across the street. I spoke to the people in the area to have conversation about this, so there's no such thing as they didn't want it. We had a meeting. We had a full-fledged meeting before this even came, before I sent it over to the council person that's over the committee. He made the request that I send it to legal to get reso done so it can be reviewed. He did make that request, and I did what he asked, which was done. We discussed it last week, and so if there was an issue last week, which I just find egregious, right? If there was an issue, Councilman Mendez was the sitting acting president at the time. He said, I'm fine, add my name on it. He was cool, and he said, put it on regular. If you have an issue with someone's item and they put it forward, the most respectful thing to do is to say to that person, we have an issue with your item, so you won't be surprised on Friday that we blacked your item out. I didn't get any phone calls. I didn't get any, no one said anything to me, and this is my item. So for you to take it off and not have a conversation with me, that's a problem. That's a problem. And I think a lot of times they do these things because they don't know who these people are. They don't know the history behind a notable Grammy Award-winning group like Blackstreet, who's from the city of Paterson. We name streets all the time. We go back and look at them, and you look at the people we name streets after, I never complain. I sit here, they come forward, I support them. But when it comes to, I'm going to call it now, the MEMS items, when they come forward, there's an issue. Director Ramirez had to hide behind the curtain because he was like, you are not putting me in the middle of that. I had nothing to do with removing that from the agenda at all. This is not about an individual. These are about people that are from our great city of Paterson that have went on and done notable things that we would like to honor in the great city of Paterson. We do it all the time. And I don't even know if some people's history extends beyond this group alone. But every time it gets done, and that's why they get upset when you try to talk about it, it's purposefully done. Remove it from the agenda. Take it off. And then we'll deal with it on Tuesday. And then they have an issue because the meetings are prolonged, but you have to bring it up so the public is aware of what's happening. It's unfortunate, it's disrespectful, and Paterson, I need you to take a look at what's happening to our people. When it comes to us, it's discriminatory. They could call it whatever they want to call it. That's exactly what it's becoming. And it's a shame, and it's disrespectful, and I'm going to continue to call it out until it's corrected. Thank you so much for the floor.
Council President.
Okay, one second. Council members, we do have some outstanding students from Eastside High School
Council President.
are here. One second, Councilman. Here, and we are honoring them. So if you can, they have school tomorrow as well. If you could make it short, then we could honor them, then we'll continue with our items. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Council President. So the first thing I want to say is I'm excited and happy to have all of you students in the building today.
Yes.
I wasn't an East Side graduate.
I was.
I was. 89.
I'm sorry. So I didn't have the pleasure of being an East Side graduate, but I did have the pleasure of playing on an undefeated state championship team at Kennedy. But I also coached at East Side, and my son played at East Side as well. So I mean, I'm a Paterson fan, whether it's East Side, Kennedy, Charter, whichever, whomever. So I'm proud to have you guys here. But I want you young people to pay close attention to this, because the individuals that we're talking about were also East Side graduates. So they were people just like you, people who grew up in that area, who went to East Side, who kept themselves out of trouble, who did the best that they could in a community that provided very little opportunities for our community. And they happened to have made it extremely big. They performed on the stages with the likes of Michael Jackson, with the likes of Julio Iglesias, you name it. They were members in a group with Teddy Riley, who's one of the most profound producers that the music business has ever seen. They, right from Paterson, performed all over the world, everywhere, Grammy nominated, Grammy winners. So they were just like you. They potentially have sat in that seat right there next to you. Now, to the rest of the public, let me explain the committee process. The committee process is 4, no more than 4, because it cannot be 5, because then it would be considered a full council meeting. So 4 individuals from the council, which is selected by the council president at the beginning of his tenure as president. 4 individuals sit in a chair in a private room to have a private discussion away from the public that has issues that they don't disclose publicly. And this committee process is not required, but the same council people who participate in that committee also participate at a workshop. Instead of being 4, it's a full council that can have that discussion. So again, the committee process is not within our code, it's not within our bylaws. It is a process that we put in place, but it's not a requirement to pass legislation. We've done it multiple times. I mean hundreds of items. When the BA wants something on, they put it on. They circumvent the committee process. They even circumvent the workshop process. It is done hundreds of times. It's done often. So to say that it has not had a committee process to be scrutinized by individuals who obviously don't have the same level of affection for those people who were once young people in our community, who've committed themselves, who've contributed back to the city, who've sponsored young people throughout the years, throughout their tenure, who have come back whenever they were called, and for them to be disrespected in that nature. Now, I have a question through the chair, Madam Clerk. Was this agenda published as normal as the Friday before the meeting?
No,
This agenda wasn't published?
it wasn't published, you mean before we blacked it out, before we took it off?
Correct.
It had not been published.
So it was published in the state in which it's X'd out in?
Yes, after it was blacked out, then we published it we disseminated to the council members and others.
Okay, understood. So, just for another point of clarity, in order for this document to be voted upon, it has to be published within a certain time period prior to the meeting. Once these items are discussed, the council president does not have the authority, let's make it clear, he does not have the authority to remove an item. Items are removed as a consensus, meaning that it takes 5 individuals to agree upon it. He has been commandeering, he's overtaking, he has been corruptly overtaking our government by removing these items. And we've shown it time and time again. Councilman Abdelaziz put an argument forward There was a time before when Councilwoman Cotton was the president. She was trying to negate the council from taking a vote from her being the mayor. She tried her best to circumvent the meeting from taking place. It took 5 council members to override the council president to hold the meeting, not to set the agenda. The agenda is set by the clerk, only with the consult and approval of the council president. He does not have the authority. And Corporation Council, if you've sat here for quite some time as the lead, I know you're standing in as a sub-corporation council this evening. Never once under your tenure has any council president removed an item. And you have been present there. I mean, I don't want to overstep. I know you guys take a consensus within your department as well. But this right here needs to end. This corruption of overtaking the process, the political process, the democratic process is well out of control. I'll rest it there, Council President.
Council.
Thank you.
Council President.
Let's continue. We have the student.
That way
Yeah.
we could close.
Yes.
I think, and I hope right after my comment, my 1-minute comment, we start with the recognizing our children, because I'm excited to see our students here in the room. I'm just going to say this. I don't play game when I'm sitting on the council chair as a president. And I'm very serious. I respect everybody, and I give everybody the opportunity. I don't remove items out of the agenda just because. Let me just tell you exactly what happened. The owner that lives on 5th Avenue, that owned a funeral home, she's a black woman. She's not agree with that, and she's very concerned that the renaming that portion is going to affect her business. The reason why she called me is because she received that phone call, and she told me, as a councilman of the 3rd Ward, this was her request. Councilman, can you put a hold on that and analyze if there's any other location that could be renaming that is more associated with this group or with this entity? Just can we ask some time? Other member of the community and Director Sam Ramirez, he's not hiring. He also called me with some concern. We're not moving this. We're just moving that into the committee, and it's gonna come back into the floor. I don't think that renaming a portion of 5th Avenue is gonna stop the crime, the multiple shooting that we're getting, the lack of service that we're getting, and all the problem that the missing of Feli de Jesus. I don't think that the renaming of the tree is not gonna fix none of those problems. So that definitely could wait, and we got more business to take care, and that's what I'm gonna say. So after the committee go over with the committee, you're gonna see it back. But if you have a business owner in the city of Paterson that asked me and called me as a councilman of that session, Councilman, can you wait on that because I'm concerned about that renaming? I have all the right to say yes, I will do it. Let's have more discussion and let's bring it back to the committee. Thank you, Council President.
Oh, Councilman Mendez, I thought it was me who removed it.
Council
Okay,
President,
thank you.
it was removed. So after the committee, after you go over with the
Never
committee,
mind.
we're gonna bring it back to the
All the
discussion.
blames comes to me. Anyway, Councilman Abdulaziz then will honor our East Side High School Spanish Honor Society by Councilman Velez, right after Councilman Abdulaziz.
Thank you, Council President. And I heard my name mentioned a few times. So I am the chairman of the street naming committee. And I've been the chairman of the street naming committee for 4 years now. And we've never had this issue out of all the street naming requests because I try to bring consensus amongst the council members. This item did not come to committee. It didn't. Because in my committee, these issues would have came up and I would have reached out to the sponsor, I would have reached out to the ward member, just like we had with Jamaica Way and Councilman Khan was against it being on 10th Ave, and we had Councilman McCoy against it. We kept it in committee, we hashed it out, and it came out, and this should be a celebratory thing. I'll just state, Councilwoman Mims sent me an email through her secretary on May 2nd. I replied 3 hours later saying, please have legal, which you did, draft the reso, and we will address it in committee. In committee, I reached out to, and then we didn't have that meeting, but I reached out to the 3rd Ward, because that is in his ward, to see if there's any issues, and all this should have been hashed out in committee. I look forward to bringing it back, everyone getting on the same page. And like I said, we've never had an issue with a street naming because we always hashed it out in committee. And Councilman Jackson's absolutely right. Councilwoman Mims does not have to wait for the committee to bring an item to workshop. Any council member could bring an item to workshop, and that's what Councilwoman Mims brought it to workshop. That's why I can't stop her. But to bring it to a regular voting session, the council president must approve. That's in our bylaws. So Councilman Jackson's correct. If something doesn't come out of committee, each council person can bring it up to workshop. That agenda is not controlled by the council president. The council agenda that is controlled by the council president is the regular. I'm just stating, from my committee, I look forward, if you guys really want to get this done, Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Mendez, and myself, we'll work on this. We'll hash out the details, whatever you guys want to go. If you want to go this round, bring it back to workshop as you may, you could. But this item did not come to committee to get vetted, and I look forward to working on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President. First of all, let's give a round of applause to Eastside High School student. Second, I've been washing their face, looking at them. They look at each other, and probably they're asking the same thing, what's going on here? I apologize on behalf of the council members, this discussion, because everything has an order in the city of Paterson. First of all, I will ask Council President, please. They had the quorum
We do have
on both
our
sides.
students here from East Side High School. Please be respectful.
So today-
Please continue, Councilman.
So today, if anybody's have to be removed for the misconduct, they should be removed. Because we have the quorum and there's students here and we had to address them. So first of all, I want to say thank you to Mr. Mayo for contacting me through email from Eastside High School and brought up to my attention the success of the students in completing winning gold, silver, and bronze in their competition in National Society, Spanish Society. Also with us is Principal Andre McCollin, also Principal Edgar Nieves, and a great friend of the Paterson School District, the Supervisor, World Language Spanish and Supervisor, Mrs. Katy Esquiche. Saying that we all proud where we come from, they are proud of the country they come from, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Peru, everywhere, South Central America. If there's any Chinese there, we welcome them. Paterson is a welcome immigrant city. Since 2016, I did a resolution honoring all the immigrants that Paterson is a welcome immigrant city. So we are proud to receive them. No matter where you come from, no matter what flag you have, we honor you and we are happy that you are succeeding in the United States. So give yourself a round of applause. Que viva los latinos. Que viva la comunidad afroamericana que se mezcla con los latinos. Que viva los Bangladesh que se mezclan con los latinos. If we're going to look at the melting pot that we have in Paterson, we got everybody in Paterson. That's why we had to brace everyone in the city of Paterson. So I'm happy that my ESL class has teach me something. And that is part of you today. Dios los bendiga a todos ustedes los estudiantes. Me siento orgulloso de hablar esta lengua de España, latina, la N con ñ, español. Dios me lo bendiga por el éxito de ustedes. Saying that, I want to read the names of every student. And una instrucción, cogen el certificado, pasan saludando a todos los concejales, se quedan en el medio porque nos vamos a tirar una foto muy bonita con todos los concejales. ¿Está bien? So, I say in English, I gotta translate those that do not understand Spanish, that when they receive the certificate, they're gonna come and salute our councilman, and then we're gonna stay in the front for the big picture. I don't know what's different between the last presentation and this one, but we honor you today. First of all, we're going to call Lady Taveras. Pasa por aquí, por favor. Come through front of this entrances. She's not here? Okay, good. So, Amy Santana. Yeah, I need help. Please, Councilwoman Davila, please come forward, please. And Councilwoman Mintz, she works in school district too. Come forward. Help me a little bit here. Amy Santana. She's saying? Okay, good. Yes. Oh, Manuel Castillo. This way, Bobby. Derek Tejada. Priscilla Martínez. God bless you. Sorahel Santana. Those not here. Those are not here. Sorahel is here, ma'am. It's here. It's here. Mims, it's here. Yeah. No. Sorahel. Okay. Carla Villar. Avril Solano. Quédense al frente ahí, por favor. Stay in the front, please. Gilbert Jiménez. Dios te bendiga. God bless you. Stavena Rigby. Jordi Ulloa. Ashley Mercado. She's not here. Cynthia Reynoso. I know if they don't come, I know how to read the next one. Ashley Castillo. Luz Fernandez. Chelsea Batista. Bless you. God bless you. Yariel Lara. Not here. Triana Peña. Not here. Aslin Toribio. Not here. Emily Guzman. Anthony Taveras. Not here. Lady Núñez. Dayani Torres. Kaylin Sanchez. Mariel Marmolejos. Claudia Espaillat. And last but not least, let's give a round of applause to all the parents that came and supported the students, and they didn't give up on them. God bless you. Continue the good work. Principal, come forward to throw the picture, shot the picture from here. Take a picture from here. Councilmen, some of them are blocked, so because they, yeah, want to go in front? Yeah. Yeah. Correct. Council President, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Paterson.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Thank you, Eastside High School. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Council member, we do have some city businesses to do. Let's finish the city business, then we'll open up the public portion.
Payment of bill, then public portion too.
Let's. Can I have a motion for payment of bill?
So move.
Can you,
I could do it.
Councilman Mendez will put the motion.
Thank you, Council President. So this payment of bill was discussion on the Finance Committee meeting. The total amount of payment of bills is $2,886,306.98. There's no payroll, and I recommend this bill to be paid.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Abdulaziz.
Roll call.
Discussion?
Roll call.
No discussion. Roll call on payments of bill.
Roll call for the payment of bills in the amount of $2,886,306.98. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila, okay. Councilman Jackson?
No.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez is not here, okay. Council President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, let's do the consent agenda item 5 to 15.
May I give the vote, sir?
My vote is yes.
Yes, but I have to.
Yes, sure.
Okay, the votes are 6 in favor, 1 against, 2 absent. Yes. The payment of bills is hereby adopted.
Let's do the consent item, Madam Clerk.
Sure. Next item is consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 5 through 15,
So moved.
with the exception of number 17. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila and Mendez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on the consent agenda. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think I'll take a moment to disappoint Councilman Abdelaziz of the 6th. Mostly because, you know, my heart is heavy. My heart is heavy these days because of the level of disregard to Paterson. When during these sessions, this body consistently just runs through things. Let's just vote. Say yes, say no. No reason and rationale why. Why are you supporting something, why are you not? So I had the privilege of just going past the stadium the other day when the Jackals were playing. And I could not help but look at all the benefactors. If you will, Brother Corey Teague, I want you to pay close attention to this. Because we spent over $100 million on the stadium, which is grossly overpriced. We'll get into that another time. And all of the people who stand to benefit, those who don't want to disclose their contracts with the city, don't want to disclose their contracts with the Paterson School Board, the money that's being made, the people, all of the people who did not have anything to do with it for the years past while I was suffering. Today, I found out there's Fields Day. One of the things that I know I've always had an opportunity to participate in when I was in grammar school was Fields Day. And those of you who are around my age, you know that Fields Day wasn't at Eastside Park. Fields Day was at Hinchcliffe Stadium. But we spent $100 million of Paterson money with the developer putting in $0, walking away with close to $20 million in developers fees, and Fields Day is going to continue to be at Eastside Park. Why? Because the Jackals now have possession of the stadium. And when you go there, when you have conversations with individuals, the owners are now everyone else but Paterson. See, this corrupted activity has to come to an end. How do we bring it to an end without exposing? Those of you know that I sat here night in and night out, banging my head against the same desk. I think it might have changed spots a couple times, but the lump is there nonetheless, about Firefighter Hunt. Firefighter Hunt, who grew up in Paterson, grew up in the Christopher Columbus projects, was an outstanding young man, served our community in the armed forces, came home to serve as a firefighter, was in the wrong place at the wrong time when a shooting broke out, because we all know that Paterson is inundated with senseless gun violence that we do nothing about. But this person did not have a gun, he did not brandish a weapon, he did not fire a weapon, but he was terminated from his position pending an investigation. We get that. I can go with that. We got to find out if you had anything to do with the shooting. Why were you there? You shouldn't have been on the scene. But he was fired nonetheless. And after he was vindicated in court, the fire chief told me to his face, after lying the first time, oh, he can't hold the license, he can never be there. He then tells me, this is a non-Paterson resident, non-community resident, he says, I decided he can't come back to work. But yet, Yet, we have firefighters who are currently working who can leave their post, go to a drug den, purchase narcotics, illegal drugs, bring them back to the firehouse, share those drugs with other firemen who are working on the job. Those same firemen who have been fired from other municipalities, from police departments and fire departments, that same fireman had to be issued Narcan by our fire department to save his life. Now, these are the people who are tasked to go out into our community and save lives, but they're getting high. Now, why are they measured with a different stick? Why are the requirements different for other people? So this is why it's necessary to be here and to, because I don't have any other choice to be vocal about it. But these types of things continuously happen in our community while we just sit here and pass legislation and not hold the administration accountable for holding their staff and employees accountable. So we have people they can get high on the job, we'll send them right to rehab, but a young man who's never gotten high, who's done nothing but uphold this community, never had any blemishes, never had any write-ups, is told he can never work here again. If it wasn't for the fight that I brought forward, he still wouldn't have had his job back. And even after he was vindicated, he was only given half of his back pay, while the other person was given full back pay for 6 years. This type of activity has to stop. So it's bothersome when council members are like, well, that's good. We're making progress, we're just voting yes or no. While these kinds of activities continue to happen in our community. And I challenge anyone, don't tell me Councilman Jackson's talking too much or he's lying. Say what a lie is, because everything I state is 100% factual. Now, they'll hide that from the news. But they'll put Councilman Jackson on front page of every paper because another city employee chooses to disrespect the public. This has to stop, and accountability has to start here. So I'm putting it out so you guys continuously can understand what's going on here. This is the kind of activity, and every single council person sitting here knows exactly this. We all know about the drug issues in the fire department where there's a raid that happened, firemen arrested, and yet the chief is able to hold other firefighters to another level of accountability. Anyway, my vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
No,
No, we're voting. Voting on the consent agenda.
Okay.
Please,
Consent,
please stay focused on the agenda, Councilman.
Okay, no, since we're voting, I know it's my time to vote. I was under the impression that we passed that part, but before my vote, I'm just going to say this because I cannot sit here and stay quiet about those type of accusations that needs to be investigated. That, accusation that a fire officer, a member of the fire department, went out, purchased drug, illegal narcotic, and going back to the firehouse. I mean, that needs to be investigated, and every person involved in that we be held accountable. I cannot sit here before my vote and not make a comment about that because this is very serious accusation, and that need to be investigated through the chair, Madam BA. So let's find a way to have a process, whether it's a private session, something have to be done in that discussion. I know that discussion need to happen in closed section or public session. I don't know how we're going to have that conversation, but that cannot be, we cannot continue our meeting and every meeting and not pay attention to those accusations. We have a chief that his responsibility is to come in front of this council and explain what happened at the fire department. And I'm looking forward to have that conversation. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
So the right way to do it, Madam BA, is to have the chief come and have rights notices done if we want to fully investigate that situation. So we need to do and put forth a committee of the whole to fully investigate the situation. There was conversation, but I would love to hear the details, but can we go forward with a committee of the whole to fully investigate the situation, as well as have rights notices for those individuals to be present? There was commentary made last week in regards to movement of fire employees in the fire department, which have no information on except for the packet that we received on this side of the dais. So I would like that to be included in that that particular investigation as well, so that we can get a full report. With that being stated, there are many items on here honoring people for retirement, especially going out to bid for Clinton Street Park, which I think is desperately needed. My vote is yes, Madam
Thank
Clerk.
you. Councilman Newton?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
This consent agenda, a lot of those items was vetted through committee and also through workshop. That's why it's in consent agenda. Congratulations all the honorees, especially those that coming from, to travel from Puerto Rico and Florida to celebrate the Puerto Rican National Parade in New York. They going to be honored also from this council. And
Nice.
last but not least, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Madam Clerk,
Yes.
I want to reconsider my vote. Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, the votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. The consent agenda is adopted.
Let's do the non-consent agenda, Madam Clerk. Item number 16.
The next item is item number 16, resolution honoring the life and legacy of Francisco Arturo Mantilla, sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez, Councilwoman Maritza Davila, Councilman Alex Mendez, and Councilman Al Abdelaziz, co-sponsored by the remaining council members.
So moved.
Resolution number
Second.
23:323.
So moved.
So moved.
Council President,
Moved by Councilman Velez.
Council President.
There's the motion, and I'm calling the motion, then you can speak. Councilman Velez, Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Mendez, and Councilman Abdulaziz, and second by rest of the council.
Council President.
Councilman Velez?
Receiving numerous requests by my colleagues. They all want to be sponsored, so I want to remove all the sponsor name and put entire council sponsor this resolution. I don't want to go back and forth, and some of them want and the co-sponsors. I want to put the whole entire
You could
council
put
president.
the entire council
Sponsor.
as the sponsor, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number 16.
Roll call on item number 16, Councilman Abdelaziz.
So Paterson in the 6th Ward lost a great, great man. He was someone that probably no one in the city cares as much as Francisco Arturo Mantilla, so much so that we renamed 21st Avenue after him. If you are from the People's Park section, you know what Francisco Arturo Mantilla did for the area. He was family to me. His family is family to me, and I'm going to miss him. And I'm happy we renamed the street, and I think it gave him extra life, because when it got him going some more, he started thinking about the area more.
Yeah.
And this is just going to supplement what we did for him before. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Davila.
I could definitely, agree with everything you said, Councilman Abdelaziz, about Arturo Mantilla. And we have a name for him, his kids, and those that loved him dearly called him Panchito. I know you're in heaven, and I know that you're looking down upon all of us, and this is just something, like you said, Councilman Abdelaziz, that the fact that we were able to have this street named after him while he was alive. And so, it's only been 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken, almost 3, that he passed on, and he's gone to be with our great Lord. But with that said, and to the family, I'm just happy that I'm able to be here and vote this in support. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Don Arturo Martinez, he was a real example in our community. He never stopped working, always serving our community on 21st Avenue. He was a really role model for our community, for our future generation, always supporting the community with his business and his beautiful family. May he rest in peace. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims.
My vote is yes to Papi Mantilla.
Thank you, Councilman Newton.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
Mr. Francisco Arturo Mantilla, we all know you, we all knew you. Mr. Mantilla impacted a lot of people real loud, and also impacted a lot of people in a quiet way. So to the Mantilla family, they know what I mean. My prayers go to the entire family. Disfruta en el brazo del Señor. My vote is yes.
Amén.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Resolution number 16 is hereby adopted.
Let's take the next item, item number 18.
Item number 18, resolution supporting the state application of Green Recreational Holdings, LLC, to operate a Class 1 cannabis cultivator grower facility at Block 2004, Lot 1, known also as 185-199 6th Avenue in Bunker Hill, in addition to previously approved manufacturing at the same site. Economic Development, Resolution number 23:325.
So moved.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilwoman Davila. Roll call on item number 18.
Roll call on item number 18. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
So this item is an item that came, it's actually one of the first applications that was approved by the state. And I know that there was some questions in terms of payment about when the application was submitted. I know that's all been done. We did already approve the manufacturing. And I know that we also discussed with him, if we were able to increase the numbers of our ordinance for cultivation, that he would be reconsidered. So at this time, with that said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
So, my concern when it comes to these licenses, as I said from the beginning, when RISE was able to come in here, is that we didn't put forward any requirements for any of these licensees to have to partner with somebody local. And I don't recall having a discussion of whether or not this applicant has a local partner. Do you know?
He's from another town.
My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
So this particular item was the item that we amended at 2:30 in the morning a couple weeks ago, because when questioned at that time, his application came before us, he had paid $0. He has now paid the money that is required to be paid per the application process. This was extended to include, to make sure that he get one of the licenses. My prayer is that, and I'm going to continue to say this, when it came to marijuana, the black and brown community was heavily impacted. They were locked up, their credit is still messed up, they can't get jobs like everyone else. Still to this day, there's a 3-step expungement process for the black and brown community. They made money off of us then, and now every time we open up and give another cannabis license to someone, they're making money yet again, and we only get 2%. My prayer is that, and I'm going to talk to our state legislators, that they increase it. If you're going to give out all these licenses, Paterson needs to first make money off of it as well, not just 2%, because they're making millions and probably billions or trillions. That's number one. Number two, the people that were heavily impacted, primarily the black and brown community, should be first primary license holders. They have to do their diligence on their side, but we should always consider the black and brown community for the license. Number two, for job opportunities. 3, is there an expungement process or some seminar, or maybe potentially having a pro bono lawyer in place to help that community out? We cannot disparage communities twice and think it's okay that we do it this way. So that's my concern. I'm not going to hold a business owner back from it, but as you come before this council, and this is what you come, if I don't see that as a part of your application, then it's an egregious statement and act to the black and brown community. So when you come, the next person that comes, if those things are not in place, I will not be supporting it. But with this being stated, I will support this one on tonight. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Newton?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
A lot of confusion when this came out last time. Not a lot of people didn't know who was on first, who was in second, who was in third, but today we got to do the right thing. My vote is yes.
Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. Item number 18 is hereby adopted.
Let's do item 19.
Item number 19, resolution authorizing the solicitation of bids for the purchase, delivery, and maintenance of solar-powered trash receptacles, bid number 23.16 for the UEZ program of the Department of Economic Development, Resolution number 23:326.
So move.
Council President.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Davila and Councilwoman Velez. Roll call on item number 19.
Roll call on item number 19, Councilman Abdelaziz. Yes. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. Yes. Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
So when this came before us before, I'm going to be consistent in my vote. This item is trying to bring in $750,000 solar panel garbage cans. I have an issue with that. For me, that's a lot of money for garbage cans. What happens to overflow? What happens to maintenance? What happens? It's just so many what ifs for me. So I voted no the first time, and I'm going to stay consistent. This money could be utilized even more efficiently. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine.
So, thank you, Madam Clerk. So, as it came before us, the UZ money allocation, that was approximately $700,000, so it's allocated for powered trash can. I explained, and it came to the newspaper, the news in front of me as well, that I stated multiple times that we are not ready for this, because we are short-handed. When I said, the explanation was that this trash can is going to send the signal to the DPW that these are full so that they can go and collect the trash. And I feel that we are short-handed. We need more people in DPW than this fancy trash can. And I don't feel we are ready for this. I voted negative before. Again, I'm voting negative today. My vote is nay.
Your vote is no? Thank you.
Vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
So we discussed this in DPW committee, even as economic development item, because there's a UEZ funding that came to the city of Paterson, almost $11 million, to put police patrolling the UEZ, to do clean communities, and especially to support our UEZ members that are in the UEZ quarters. This is a solicitation of bids. Of course, we're going to solicit a bid about the amount of garbage, solar panel, power trash recycle. But to say that Paterson, and this is your opinion, Councilman, but when I go outside Paterson and I see Hoboken, Jersey City, Union City, all the cities around, and when you go to Atlantic City, to the Municipal League, when all of us go there, the first thing we say is how we could bring this to Paterson, how we could upgrade our city to look the same in other cities. So ladies and gentlemen, this will facilitate better job to DPW, and instead of having the workers picking and choosing where they're going to pick up the garbage, at least we have new technology, and it's going to work in our city. Please, let's bring our city to the right standard that our residents deserve. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6 in favor, 2 against, 1 absent. Item number 19 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, we'll take this important item number 20, in this order. Item number 20, 27, 30,
You say item 22?
No.
No, which one is it?
Well, this order, item 20, 27, item 30, item 31, item number 4, then we'll go to public portion. Public hearing. Item number 20, Madam Clerk.
Item number 20, resolution authorizing the solicitation of bids for the Clean Commercial Corridors Project, bid number 23.14 for the UEZ program of the Department of Economic Development. Economic Development Resolution number 23:327.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on item number 20.
Roll call on item number 20, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. UEC funding is being allocated to improve our commercial corridor. This is the money from our taxes, which is something very important. And also, at the end of the vote, Madam BA, if you could let us know which state we are with a portion of the money that we're going to use for off-duty police officers to walk in our commercial area, that's extremely important. So with that being said, my vote is yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
Votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 20 is hereby adopted.
Next item.
Item number 27, resolution authorizing calendar year 2023 emergency temporary appropriations, June through July 2023 finance, resolution number 23:334.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Abdelaziz.
Abdelaziz, second.
Yes. No discussion. Roll call on item number 27.
Roll call on item number 27. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Considering we have not gotten any fiscal reports, whether when it comes to spending on anything, let alone the $100 million in the stadium, again, not holding this administration accountable in its spending, cannot support anything that's being financially irresponsible. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Your vote is no, thank you. Councilman Mendez.
No.
Councilwoman Mims.
So these items, when we talk about temporary appropriations, is to make sure that our employees get paid, especially during the summer months. So that's what this item is for. I don't ever want an employee not to get a check because of anybody else's lack thereof. So my vote is yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
I agree with Councilwoman Mintz. Not only that, employees, we have disabled, we have seniors depending on this temporary budget appropriation, from June, July. In the past have been even 3 months. At this time, we're getting ready to see what the state is going to step in to tell us how much state aid they're going to give us. So, Madam BA, as soon as they get that, try to minimize the emergency appropriation the most you can and move forward what we have to do with this money. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6 in favor, 2 against, 1 absent. Item number 27 is hereby adopted.
Next item.
Item number 30, resolution authorizing the solicitation of bids for the interior renovations of the lower level health division, bid number 23.17 for the Department of Health and Human Services. Health and Human Services Resolution number 23:337.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila,
Roll
second
call.
by Councilman Mendez and Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 27.
Roll call on item number 27.
No, I mean 30.
I'm sorry.
I think we're item number 30.
Confuse me. Item number 30.
Yes.
Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Director, I'm going to recuse myself from this item because in show of faith of you and your abilities, and I appreciate your actions. But You know, when you have an illegal kitchen and cooking going on in the health department, well, prior to you being there, and stoves that had to be removed because of the illegal activity, then I couldn't help but I was sent maybe 100 different people the photographs of the stadium and food that was being served there with the conditions being of subpar, and all the effort that I put in, only to have inspection after inspection of illegal activity going on in my establishment. It just shows me the level of immaturity that still exists here in this city with this administration. But I do appreciate your effort in them, and because of that, I will recuse myself from this vote, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 30, the renovation of the health department. It's money that we're going to use through a grant. I'm in full support of this, and that building has been dilapidated for so many years. Now, to the administration, after we renovate the portion of this building on the inside, that parking lot needs to be fixed. That parking lot is a liability. We have a lot of seniors that they walk into that building, and the parking lot is in total disrepair. If somebody get hurt there, we are responsible as a city. And we got to pay more attention to our different buildings that we use. When you go out of town, you see those buildings nice and clean, well organized, parking lot nice and paved. We got to pay attention to our buildings here in the city of Paterson. So with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
First of all, I just want to thanks Madam EA. I pulled that question and requested that a parking lot also be included in this renovation of the health department building. I have the answer here that $190,000 will be implemented for the paving of the parking lot of the Board of Health. I want to thank Director Joel for sending this email, and also I have to thank Dr. Passat had been there for many, many years, and he have always lobbied for the betterment of the employees and the building. So, Madam BA, if it's possible, not only that building, not only this building, any building that house employee of the city of Paterson, you know, some of them cannot even go outside to lunch, take some lunch or buy lunch or whatever. If it's a decent place that they could sit down, have lunch, please make it accessible for them. Our employees in the city hall have to even eat in their offices because they don't have a lunchroom. If you could look into that, that would be a nice environment for the employees of the city of Paterson. Saying that, hopefully that the people receive the same service like they always receive in the Board of Health. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President, I'm sorry.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 1 recused, 1 absent. Item number 30 is hereby adopted.
Item number 31.
Item number 31, resolution authorizing change order number 1 for the Commons Athletic Field Improvements bid number 22.36 for the Department of Public Works, resolution number 23:338.
So move.
Moved by Councilman
Second.
Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila and Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 31.
Roll call on item number 31, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Beautiful field. My vote is yes.
Council President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 31 is adopted.
Madam Clerk, before we go to item number 4, can we do item number 21, 28, and 29 real quick?
21, 28, 29? 21, 28, 29.
21.
Yeah, 21, item number 21.
21,
28, and
29.
Yes, item number 21.
21,
Okay.
resolution directing the planning board to review proposed amendments to the Great Falls redevelopment plan pursuant to the local redevelopment of housing, law NJSA 48:12A-7, economic development, resolution number 23:328.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila and Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on item number 21.
Roll call on item number 21. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson? Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
So before I vote, let me just say the work that these individuals do. Servant's Heart, Pastor Salinas, and everybody involved, Pastor Algaro who's watching, and the work that you put in tirelessly to make places, organizations, structures better. The concern is really not with what you do, it's about ensuring that we are operating and following land yard laws, so we have to make sure we protect ourselves on this side of the dais to ensure that us voting for it to go back to the planning board, for them to vote, I want to make sure that I am covered on this side. So that was some of my concerns last week, not with any of you, because I know all of you personally, and I know what you do, and I think it's phenomenal. But we just have to make sure on this side of the dais for land yard laws and purposes that we are covered and protected. So with that stated, I know anything that you put your hands to is going to prosper, and I know it's going to be phenomenal. With that stated, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
Loud and clear, this is going to benefit not only them, the whole entire section of the new Fifth Ward. Congratulations, my vote is yes.
Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 21 is adopted.
Item number 20, 28, then 20.
Item number 28, resolution under Paterson Code, Chapter 129, Bazaars, addressing the license for Bangladeshi American Council of New Jersey to conduct a festival. Finance, resolution number 23:335.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on item number 28.
Roll call on item number 28. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila? No?
Oh, yes, yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
To Anan and Farah, keep up the great work and all that you do. Thank you for always having wonderful festivals that we can learn of your culture. My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Councilman Velez?
Yes, I just want to check something here. Okay, so I want to first of all commend them to put the application real early, so, and that's what we requested in the past, so my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 28 is hereby adopted.
Item number 29.
Item number 29, resolution under Paterson Code, Chapter 129, Bazaars, addressing the license for Onyx Repository Foundation to conduct a festival. Finance, resolution number 23:336.
So
So
moved.
moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 29.
Roll call on item number 29. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
So let me say to the Juneteenth committee, we're having blackout weekend, Friday night we're having a gala, Saturday is the parade, and then Sunday is the festival. The committee, who some are here and others are probably watching, you have done a phenomenal job for blackout weekend. I'm so happy, thank you, Council President, this is here on the agenda, everything was in its proper order. Keep up the great work, let's keep doing it, let's keep pushing, it's our time to shine. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes,
Thank
definitely
you.
yes.
Councilman Velez?
I supported this application. I had conversation with the organization, and I also excused myself because I have a wedding that same day in Connecticut. So to the whole entire community, that whole weekend, I'm not going to be in the state. I'm going to be outside the state. That's the reason I'm explaining now, because I don't want nobody saying he didn't attend it. But, you know, I always celebrate every year UT. So congratulations. God bless you. Everything worked out good. Thank you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 29 is hereby adopted.
Let's do item number 4, then we'll go to public portion, Madam Clerk.
Item number 4 is an ordinance. Public hearing is required. Ordinance amending Section 5-20 of the Paterson Code to increase the time limit for speakers at the public portion from 3 minutes to 5 minutes, sponsored by Councilman M.D. Forward Uden. City Council, Resolution number 23041.
So move. Second?
Moved by Councilman Woodin, second by Councilman Jackson. Public hearing is now open on item number 4. Anyone wish to speak, please come forward. Item number 4. On the item, yes. Yes, no, on the item number 4, if you wish to speak.
Item number 4 is about public portion, right? About
Yes,
the 5
public
minute-
hearing,
about the
yes.
5 right.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is what I was going to say. If you were to make that suggestion, because I definitely understand, you know, you push it to 5 minutes, people go to 7 or 8. But if you were to make a commitment to the community and say, listen, if we agree to move it to 5 minutes, it's going to be a hard stop at 5 minutes. When it was 3 minutes, we would give you an extra minute or 2. But if we vote to move it to 5 minutes, because this is what Newark does, at exactly 5 minutes, the mic shuts off and that's it. So if you make that distinction and say, you know what, we'll move it to 5, if we decide to do that, you have to understand it's going to be a hard 5 minutes. In Newark, they have a little device. There's a green button, yellow button, red button. When you get to 1 minute left, it goes to the yellow, and then when you're done, it's at the red. We should be able to come here and address you, and then you address us in a certain manner, and make sure that we do it respectfully on both ends. But I think if we move it to 5 minutes, you can actually say, okay, it's going to be a hard stop. At exactly 5 minutes, that's going to be it. All right?
Thank you. Any more speaker?
Seeing none, move to close.
I think
Close.
somebody else is
Someone else is
coming.
here.
Seeing none, move to close.
Move to close by Councilman Abdulaziz.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Davila and Mendez. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 4, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 4. Councilman Abdelaziz.
No.
What do you mean? You're not voting. You're
Yes.
closing.
Councilwoman Davila.
I was keeping the public portion open. Look at it.
Councilman,
Councilwoman.
we're closing the public hearing on item number 4.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
To close public portion, yes.
Councilman Udine.
So before I vote for closing public session, let me just restate one more time my rationale, and I'll stand on this, that we, the council members, sit here.
We're closing the hearing. You could make a statement on voting.
Sounds good.
Councilman.
All right, so my vote is yes.
Your vote is yes, Councilman, right? Councilman Velez.
Yes to close.
Council President.
Yes.
Okay. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 4, to close the public hearing on item number 4 is...
Thank you. Let's take a vote on item number 4, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Roll call on item number 4. Councilman Abdelaziz.
No.
Councilwoman Davila.
No.
Councilman Jackson.
Pass.
Councilman Mendez.
No.
Councilwoman Mims.
Pass.
Councilman Udine.
All right, so thank you, Paterson. Let me restate one more time. Pass or not, doesn't matter, but let me restate one more time. We sit down here, pass rules, with the expectation that city's people are going to follow the rules that we create in this room. Now, we have a rules that 3 minutes speaking time, people are going to follow 3 minutes rule. My observation from last 8 months in this chamber, that over 90% people speak more than 3 minutes. It means that the bell rings for 3 minutes and everyone ignores and continues speaking. And we allow them people to keep on speaking. And they complete their speech in about 5 minutes. About 10% people, and it's a mixture of both groups, who speaks more than 5 minutes and also follows the time limit of 3 minutes. Now, here's my rationale, that the rules we trying to establish in this city, if we cannot even establish in this room, in this chamber, how we expect that our rules are going to be followed in the city of Paterson? That's number one rationale. Number two rationale is that we are here and getting paid, one more time to state, we all are getting paid, not volunteering service, to listen to you and your thoughts completely. That's my view. Now, if I like to hear your complete thoughts, if I need to stay longer, I need to stay longer. But I like to hear from the people completely. Those who are following the rules, 3 minutes, sometimes they finish incomplete thoughts. And sometimes, again I said, those are breaking rules, they are breaking rules, what I don't want to see in front of me. And again, I like to restate that if anyone says the rationale that we are here for a longer time, it's not because of you. If it is because of you that you come, 500 people come here in this chamber to speak, if I need to stay here longer, I need to stay here longer. If we need to start the meeting earlier, we need to start the meeting earlier, because we are here to serve the city of Paterson. We're not to serve our personal agenda here. Now, us who speak more than anything else, I said it multiple times, we speak for hours, say nothing. That's what we do, the council members in this chamber. Now, this is the reason I brought this idea, and that was before, before 2012, we had 5 minutes speaking time. And I'm here to listen to the people of the city of Paterson with their complete thoughts and by following the rules. As Commissioner Koritik mentioned, that if we have 5 minutes rule, it should be stopped at the 5 minutes. Yes, I want to see this, because rules should be followed from this chamber, and should be expectation that people in the city of Paterson are going to follow the rules that we are going to make in this room. With that expectation, and I believe that one day the city of Paterson, people are going to respect the rules we're going to establish here, and before this, we, those who are making the rules, are following our rules first. With that being said, my vote is proudly yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
There was a news the other day that the state is planning to increase the speed limit in the parkway to up to 75 probably. So that don't mean that people is not going to break the rules driving 80 and 90. And I'm going to say this with authority. We are addressing the 5 and the 3 minutes. But please give this to the people, the audience out here, that this ordinance is not only addressing the 5 and 3 minutes, it's also addressing the manners of addressing the council time limits. It says, each person addressing the council shall step up to the microphone in front of the rails, give his name and address, speak to the moderate tone of voice, unless further of lesser time is granted by the council, be limited to 3 to 5 minutes of speech. For the purpose of this section, no time balance for any other person may be relinquished to another person. Address all remarks to the council as a body and not any member therefore. No person or other members of the council and this person having the floor should be permitted to enter into any discussion, either directly or through any member of the council, without the permission of the council president. No question should be asked a councilman except through the city council president, and so on, so on, so on. We want to speak 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 3 minutes. There's a code of conduct. There is the quorum. There's public portion that we need to respect each other, and that have not been met yet in these chambers. Until these people don't learn how to do the quorum, how you want me to sit here 5 minutes and listen to your arguments and slandering and cursing? You know what the residents of Paterson and other people say out there? What's going on with those residents coming attacking you guys? I didn't got elected to be receiving slandering and other things. And I gotta say this. If 3 minutes is enough and you still want to slander me and you want to talk to me, let's go to our office and you can slander me anything you want, but you got 3 minutes in the public portion. My vote is no.
Councilman Jackson.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Jackson?
I didn't got,
Councilman Jackson?
I ain't got elected. I ain't got elected. From the person, from the representative of the community. And what's disheartening is everyone who sought out, well, I should rephrase that. The intent of holding of these seats is to answer to the concerns of the public. The intent of holding these seats is supposed to be to have the concern of the public. If the public then comes before the council and chooses to truncate their comments shorter, they should be able to have the privilege to do so. But it's obvious, there's an outcry by the community that there's more time being required or requested, because countless people go to the mic and just disregard the 3 minutes. But just the mannerisms of council members to say no, like not even to entertain the subject matter of allowing people to have the courtesy. You know, again, it goes back to the selective, because certain people could come to the podium, no problem, we'll let you continue on, and then other people, because you're not praising them and you're not holding their name up high with regard, they don't want to hear what you have to say. They want to cut you off, as the council president has done today himself. Once he relinquishes the floor to someone, if someone does not step out of order, and out of order doesn't mean they're saying something against what you believe. You do not have the right, the privilege, or the ability to inject your opinion on someone else's time. But we continuously watch it here. The council president himself doesn't know how to conduct himself, let alone conduct the meeting. But yet, the agenda is to quiet the public. So listen, let this resonate throughout everyone watching. Let this resonate to all of you who coach teams, who speak to parents of people who don't come to these meetings, who don't request those times that extended 2 minutes of time. Let them know, all the people who you come here to speak for, make sure you remind them, because they think you here speaking on behalf of yourself. When you pastor at churches, When you're a deacon, spread the word. Let them know the denial of 2 minutes means the disregard of your concerns. Obviously, they won't allow the commentary to back and forth, but I'm going to venture to say, just in watching you in the past years of you coaching, I know already you've impacted thousands of kids. Get those numbers. A lot of those kids are 18 now. Call them. You need assistance, a meeting place, I'll provide it. Get them online. Let them know what's happening here. See, because this is what's been going on. For years, we don't pay attention to the process. And now you're being boxed out, excluded from the process. 2 minutes? You're talking about practice? Talking about practice, man. Anyway, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. I ain't got elected.
Okay. Councilwoman Mims.
So to the public that is present and to the viewing public, I want you to pay attention. Pay attention to every vote that happens where what you want doesn't happen. But things like $750,000 garbage cans, solar power garbage cans are approved like nothing. We all live here. How many times have you called because the can on the corner was overfilled? Or there was rodents that ripped through and it needed to be. So now we're saying we're going to put a program in place, and it's going to happen because it's going to beep us and it's going to tell us that we got to go. So just watch things that go through so fast, but things for the public are like flatlined, denied. See, for me, what I understand is that when one person comes to that microphone and they speak, they don't just speak for themselves, they speak for every person they represent. When I see the coaches come, they speak for all the children. When I see the seasoned grandmothers and grandfathers, they come, they speak for all the seasoned grandparents. When I see our millennials and Gen Zs and all of our people come out, they speak for every person that possibly said, I wanted to be there, but I couldn't be there. So when they get to the mic, they're home clapping, like I wanted to say that, or they're on social media. If you go on social media, you'll see them watching. They're watching these votes and watching what's happening, because they're like, we elect these people because, you know, you start to realize sometimes you made a mistake with your vote. Like, because you voted us in these seats. You went to the polls, you voted for certain people, and then you got to pay attention now because there's an election coming in May next year. And you got to start writing down. The thing is, don't come to the mic and tell them no more. You need to get everybody registered to vote. And you need to look across and ask the question, have they done their job? And if they have not done their job, get them out, vote them out. Because they're not representing what you need. Basic things. Extend it to 5 minutes. You speak for 5 or more minutes anyway. It's a no-brainer. It's nothing like for you to come here, because some of you don't come all the time. There's some, and I commend those that are starting to come and speak, but the things you're speaking on are relevant things. You're not just speaking amiss. The stuff you're speaking on are things that we definitely need to do and to put in motion for our community. Let me tell you, there's so much going on in our city over the last 72 hours. Over the last 72 hours, hammers, machetes, bats, shootings, all over the city. And we're trying to limit, we're saying, no, just stick to the minutes. And then, just watch who stays all night to listen to you. While the public portion is moved so we can listen to the public. We haven't got to you yet, but watch all of that. And you take note. Don't say nothing to nobody. Don't go on social media. None of that. Take note and take it to the polls. I'm telling you. Because you got to do what you got to do to make sure your best interests are heard and they are felt. Because the people that are sitting on that side don't do that for you, you got to vote them out. You can't play with it. You can't say, oh no, I'm going to leave it alone. Next election, I'm gonna leave it alone. Let me tell you, in the last year's election, they tried to take me out this seat. They tried to take me out this seat. I'm gonna tell you, because they don't want nobody on this side that's gonna stand for the community. They don't want people like that. I'm not shocked that Jackson said they done took his stuff or whatever. I'm not shocked at stuff like that, because they don't want it to be for people that really care about the community. I'm not shocked, Udin. I know Udin, he probably thought they were supporting last week. You know, I always watch how it slides through and then they vote it down at the second reading. It's just what it is. Because it's a game that's played when it comes to the things that concern the community. But take note. Listen to the conversation. Listen to the commentary that's made after we say what we say. Listen to all of that. Take note and make phone calls. Go on your phone list, contact list. It's time to vote. Where you live at? You live here? We're voting this way. You tell, in my house, they vote the way I tell them to vote. We're voting for X person. This is what we're going to do, and I want you to tell all your friends. And that's how you get new people or people to stay in seats that really care about the community, despite people that try to take them out. So you got to make sure, I'm telling you, don't go silent. Don't stop coming to the meetings. Keep coming to these meetings and keep fighting for those things that concern you and everybody that's behind you, because people need your voice to keep ringing loud, ringing clear, like Jameek Lowry, like Najee Seabrooks. They need your voice to continue to speak and keep saying Felix De Jesus. They need you to keep speaking and saying so that things can change and things can happen. Let me tell you something. I give it to the new chief. They're out full force in the community. The police are out full force in the community. They're everywhere. Now, do they have to do more? Absolutely. I'm sure they're working on it. But let me tell you something. You will not say they're not out there now. They are out there. They everywhere. No matter you look, they are there. And that's what's happening. So you got to make sure your power is your voice and your power is your vote. Don't waste it this time. Make sure if you're not registered, get registered. And then when you get registered, vote for people that are in your best interest. With that being stated, Madam Clerk, to extend is just for the people to speak. I'm always for the people. I'm always for the community. My vote is absolutely yes for the community.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
My vote is yes.
Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, this is not a denial to the community. Community comes in, they speak, they have 3 minutes. Most of the time, sometimes even member of the public, they ask for more time. The council president always, I'm here, might not be here next month. Somebody else gonna be here. Usually give the courtesy to I've been here for a whole year. Whoever needed time, they asked for it, I gave it to them. Making it seem like we're shutting the public down. That's not what it is. This is not what it is. I always respectfully give everybody the courtesy. I know whoever gonna come here next gonna do the same thing. So the way it is, making it seem like we're denying the public to speak, which is completely wrong. Also, we approved previously the solar power receptacles, the garbage can. This is 21st century. When it gets filled up, we don't have to call DPW. They will automatically get notified to come clean their specific place, wherever it's placed in, come pick it up, clean it up. That's why it is an easy, it is a grant money coming from the state. Nobody's taking anybody's job. Everybody is in place. They're gonna do the same job. So we need to think about our future. And I'm out of word. And also, a lot of time, some of the council member threaten election is in May. Hey, people will decide. Nobody need to threaten anybody. And people elected me. That's why I'm sitting here. Many of the councilman Mendez, many of the council members, all 9 of us sitting in this city council because people elected us. If they don't like us, they will take us out. You don't need to every meeting, you need to tell the public, take those people out. Now, I represent close to 14,000 people in the second ward. And I know they love me. I'm out there every day. I'm talking to people. You know, I mean, the council member who threatened me, come to the second ward and try to take me out. My vote is yes to, no, my vote is no to item number 4, Madam Clerk.
Can I, before you go for count, can I reconsider my vote?
I'm sorry?
Madam,
Reconsideration, he said.
reconsideration. All right, so, one more time, guys, just, all right, respectfully, everyone, those who are here in this chamber, and I really commend you that you are coming here voluntarily because you care about Paterson. I always say this, because coming here, sitting down for 3-4 hours for luxurious 3 minutes of speaking time, you're coming here just to share your concern, and most of the time, we fail to respond to your question. That's what number one. And last week, those who are here, I requested to Corporation Council that we should have a format that if any question is asked today, we may not have answer, or Madam BA do not have answer, or Madam Clark do not have answer, write it down in the following meeting. That question should be addressed, answer should be answered publicly so that people know their questions are answered. So I'm waiting for the law department to come back to me whether it's possible to do or not. My second thing is televising workshop session. That's a big deal to me. And I'm asking not you only, those who are watching us live right now, through City's YouTube channel, all the channels, Shemehia's channel, Commissioner Teague channel. I like to just make you sense that how is it going to benefit me personally? If you watch this televised workshop session, is it really benefiting me personally? It's not my personal agenda. If you speak for 5 minutes, what's going to happen to me? Am I getting benefit personally? Not really. But I want the people, that's what I'm talking about. If we talk about 21st century, I want people to get access from home, not just only coming by the chamber. That's what 21st century look like. That's what I'm speaking about today. When you are talking about workshop session, people should have complete access to what we are speaking about in workshop session. I said multiple times that today we are voting here. In workshop session we speak, we debate, and I want people should have 1 week time to share their concern with their representative because they elected us, they voted for us. But what are we hiding? Why I don't want people to see my meetings? Why I don't want people to speak enough to share their concern?
Because they're corrupted and they don't want to hear it.
I am not speaking against any council members because we all are elected by the people. But again, the current politics is like this, that we don't want to wake those people up. If they wake up, change is going to come. That's why we don't want televised workshop session. That's why we don't want young people to come to this chamber. That's why we are doing it. But know this, that when I was elected, I was no one just a teacher in Paterson Public School. And people elected me believing this is going to be a change. And I can see new flesh is going to come to this chamber. I see new ideas going to come to this chamber. I want to see educated voice in this chamber, and change is going to come. Paterson is going to move forward. That's what 21st century looks like. And again, my vote is proudly yes to this agenda.
Council President.
I'm going to speak over
Oh, that's right, okay.
I voted no, ma'am.
Okay, Council President, I'm sorry. Okay, the votes are 3 in favor, 5 against, 1 absent. The ordinance fails.
Thank you. Let's open up the public portion now, Madam Clerk.
Council President, we have 22 speakers,
First speaker, Madam Clerk.
The first speaker is Kamisha Rogers Jones.
Also from last week's public hearing, we do have the answers. Every council members have it on your desk as well. Also, I believe there are some out there for the public as well. Thank you.
Please
First
give your
speaker.
name and address, please.
Mike.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Is on? Oh, Kamisha Rogers Jones, 4th Ward, Paterson, New Jersey. I'm here on behalf, I'm one of the members of the Juneteenth Committee, and I wanted to say thank you for passing our item. I also wanted to extend an invitation to each one of you. I believe you received an email requesting your attendance, or you can also sponsor if you would like to give a donation. That is open as well. So and also wanted to let the community know about our Juneteenth celebrations that's happening the 16th, 17th, and 18th of June. So I'm asking everyone to come on out and celebrate with us as we celebrate our African American heritage. And I also, on another note, off of that, I just again want to say to our community, are we tired of being disrespected? And if we are, I encourage everyone to vote. We really need to vote for change. We need to vote for decorum. We need to vote for respect. And this is something that is missing from this council and just from everything that happens here. And so we really want to see things progress, and we want to see a real change within the city of Paterson. I encourage everyone to, we can stop with the arguing, with the fighting. Let's make our voices known when it comes time to vote, and let's get a whole new order of people here that are ready to work towards our needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Rodney Addison.
Ms. Addison.
Good evening, good evening, good evening.
Good evening.
Rodney Addison, First Ward. City Council, truly appreciate you for voting on the event. But my comments are to my community as we go into our Juneteenth event, June 18th, starting at 10 a.m., opening up with our gospel portion, leading into our ceremonies and other activities. I just want you to realize this will be more than just a celebration. This will be a day of enterprise and infrastructure creating. I don't want you to show up just to think it's going to be just a barbecue, because it won't. You will be expected to register to vote while you are there. No ifs, ands, or buts. There's no longer this will not be a point of expectations or turning a blind eye, because we know the issues, we really do. And I know we're all tired of talking about it. Be actionable about it now. So when you do show up, you will be approached by the individuals who will be there to help you get registered and check to see if you are registered or otherwise. So don't give them no slack. We're going to be opening up the activity with our gospel portion ran by Creech Temple Church, going into our Juneteenth history, as well as the ceremonial awards for the eldest black individuals in Paterson. I'm not going to say no names because she's already been passed around a few times. But we're also going to be going over our Juneteenth contest, the Mr. and Mrs. Juneteenth contest. As they're doing my research, this will be the first contest, not pageant, but contest for the youth in the state of New Jersey, where our teens will be the official Mr. and Mrs. Juneteenth contest title holders, where we will put them through matriculation of development of business, character, and leadership development throughout the remainder of the year, going into the following year. So as a community, we are expected to make sure we are on our best behavior and reflect to the teens who are going to be the title holders that, we mean business and that they are our future. Going into the 1 o'clock activities, starting off with our speakers, thank you. The good brother Lawrence Ham, as well as Dr. Umar Johnson, will be in attendance to speak on Juneteenth events, as well as other celebratory activities. Going forward, we have the good sister Chanel Red, who we all know her, we all love her. She is a firehouse when it comes to music production. She has put together a great musical piece for the event of 8 artists, as well as our headliner, who will be Adiva, the queen of house music, who will be in attendance. We thank you because she is coming out of her way, no pro bono, to come perform. for the event. We appreciate that, as well as other activities. So again, June 18th, Sunday, down by the baseball field picnic area, from 10 a.m. until. I hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Addison. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Hafiza Freeman.
I would like to ask the council president for more time, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Council President. I first want to start off by saying justice for Najee Seabrooks and justice for the Felix de Jesus family. Justice needs to be given to these families. It's literally shocking how when the cameras are up, there is such a sense of decorum in class. I wish we could see this display of modesty when the cameras are off. Like last week, it was a zoo up in here. I wish that could have been caught on camera, but oh wait, it was. Whether the meetings are televised or not, we are always recording. And I just love how during the last televised portion, how each of you were able to stay in your seats for the whole duration of the public portion. You guys deserve a round of applause, but you won't get one. Previous weeks proved that not only are you folks capable of staying seated, but you're capable of displaying good form. Now, without a doubt, this act of decency was only due to our visitors for that week, or perhaps because it was televised. Questionable. But let's get straight to the point. I wanted to point out how you, Mr. Beladiz, even though he's not in his seat right now, as always, how he suddenly changed his stance on televising the council meetings. And I find it a little ironic how just previous weeks before, he was so hell-bent against them, and now all of a sudden he jumps on the bandwagon. I wonder if it has to do with those 26,000 or so constituents he mentions on a weekly basis. Perhaps some of your supporters lit some fire under your bottom on how you're making a mockery of yourself on the board. Again, he's not seated, which he is. In my expert opinion, you are not doing only your constituents, but all citizens of Paterson a disservice just by you being present. On a consistent basis, you show terrible form, red in the face, fidgety, and you speak. When you speak, it's very arrogant. I wonder if you exhibit the same behavior as vice principal of PCTI, which is a very prestigious high school. I wonder, because I used to be in attendance. Oh, and Mr. Villa, let's talk to you today. I wanted to address your comment from the week before on how you mentioned disrespect, and I felt inclined to answer. You speak on disrespect, but yet us Pattersonians feel disrespected by your glib personality each week. And in case you don't know what glib means, here's a vocabulary lesson. Glib, of words, are the person speaking them fluid and voluble, but insincere and shallow. What brought me to this conclusion was how you referred to my peer Xavier, and how he reminded you of your son. I honestly love how you know how to change topic and speak about inconsequential things that don't even pertain to the matter at hand. You fixatedly use neurotic projection, assigning undesirable emotions or feelings onto someone else to make you feel more valid. We are sick and tired of your semantics, dancing around issues. Your countenance is weak and weltering. You're a snake in the grass, and today showed that. The only person you're fooling is yourself, lady, and I, for one, won't stand for it, and I will make sure I call you out on it every single week so you won't forget. Y'all wonder why Michael Jackson and Lisa Mims get so much praise? The reason being is because they care about the welfare of Paterson, and they care about the welfare of their citizens in Paterson, but not much can be said for the lot of you. I'm not finished. Give me 1 second. And the reason you guys get railroaded every week is because you don't do your jobs. Because if y'all did, we wouldn't be standing at this podium voicing how you don't. So how about y'all stop feeding us garbage and you won't get back trash? The baton has been passed, in case y'all haven't noticed. The fearless generation is taking over, and we are incinerating all the rubbish y'all are slinging our way. Oh, and I just wanted to add, no matter what weapons y'all may form against our good brother Mike Jackson, it will never prosper. Coretta Scott King said, the greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassion actions of its members. We stand with you, Mike. Best believe that. Oh, and let me touch on one more thing before I go to my brother, Mr. Velez.
Eres un fraude, un mentiroso. Deberías estar avergonzado de ti mismo. You are a fraud and a liar. So let's address that. That little performance you put on for those members of Eastside High School, let's put on the record how you literally disgraced your ass last week, strutting about as you told us how you didn't care and how you can walk out because you free to do what you want. Where was that display today? Talking about decorum.
Thank
You
you.
literally are a piece of you know what.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Chanel Fields, or Chanel Fields.
Ms. Fields.
Good evening, Council.
Good
I
evening.
would like to ask for some extended time.
Okay, go ahead.
This is about the blackout weekend, but before I talk about the blackout weekend, I had a few people that said, what is Juneteenth? Who cares about Juneteenth? So tonight is a history lesson on Juneteenth because we celebrate a lot of holidays, but we don't know the historical precept to how these holidays came about. Juneteenth is a commemoration holiday for the emancipation of black people. Although we know that we have been taught about the Emancipation Proclamation that took place in 1865, I would like to first share with you what led up to the Emancipation Proclamation. It was in May of 1861, right at the beginning of the Civil War in Fort Monroe, Virginia. Benjamin Butler was the command of Union forces for North Carolina and Virginia, and that the actual process began when 3 slaves, Frank Baker, James Thompson, and Shepard Mallory, escaped and stole a boat and rowed across the river from Norfolk, Virginia, to Fortress Monroe. They came to the fort and they asked for their freedom. General Butler met with these men because these men were considered property of a Confederate Major, John Curry, and were being used to go against the United States to build fortification in Norfolk. They were then deemed property to be used against the federal government and considered a contraband of war. They let the major know that they were seizing their human property so that they would no longer be seen as a contraband of war. They told the major no, he could not have the slaves back, and the slaves were then deemed free. This decision had a huge impact on the freedom of African Americans in Virginia. Word traveled, and there became thousands of slaves escaping and being immediately free once deemed a contraband of war. This was the beginning of what became the fight for our freedom during the Civil War. This successful decision that made the Emancipation Proclamation possible. Next, the Confiscation Act was signed into law on August 6 of 1861, called an act to confiscate property used for insurrection purposes. This act made it legal, giving the government the right to seize any property used to go against the government. It immediately freed up thousands of slaves. It was then on January the 1st of 1863 that President Abraham Lincoln issued an Emancipation Proclamation declaring the freedom of all slaves. The agenda to start the occupation for work order for Texas is what initially led to General Granger addressing emancipation of the slaves. Initially, the population of Galveston, Texas was just over 7,000 people, and 1,200 of them were slaves. When the Union Army arrived, they freed all of them. General Butler's actions became legal all over the state. Over 250,000 African Americans were enslaved. And not all of them were notified that they had gained their freedom. It was on June 19th in 1865 when Union General Gordon Granger arrived at Galveston, Texas, to ensure the emancipation of all enslaved people would end. Granger and his troops' arrival came to a full 2.5 years after Lincoln had signed the Emancipation Proclamation. In fact, Delaware and Kentucky were the last two states to gain their freedom and become free in December of 1865. It was the state of Georgia who ratified the 13th Amendment on December the 6th in 1865. This gave the 13th Amendment power to be made law as part of the Constitution. It then became American law for all states. Juneteenth is intended to honor the significance and the effectiveness of the end of slavery in the United States. That's why it's so important to us. It's considered the longest running African American holiday. I want to encourage us as black and brown people, no matter what, to remember those who fought for our right to be free, and for us to start to live free, living to the fullest, in purpose, on purpose. On Friday, June 16th to June 18th, the community will be celebrating the freedom of our heritage, first beginning with June 16th from 7 p.m. to 12 a.m., the Still I Rise Black Elegance Gala at the Brownstone. Tickets are $100. There are a few remaining. We will be honoring Paterson's oldest living resident, who turned 104 years old, Ms. Margaret Johnson. Our keynote speaker for the evening will be Newark's own Mayor, Ross Baraka. On Saturday, June 17th, Ada Pugh will host the annual Heritage Parade kickoff, and it will begin at 10 a.m. Lastly, on June 18th, we will conclude our blackout weekend with a huge celebration of Juneteenth's Father's Day, and we will honor ourselves, we will salute and honor fathers, and we will celebrate families. This event is being hosted by founder Rodney Addison of the Onyx Repository Foundation. There are still a few vendor spots remaining. This event will kick off at 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. There is going to be so many wonderful activities that will take place. Please come out and help us celebrate as a black and brown community. We celebrate as we celebrate our continued freedom. I know I'm a little emotional and crying up here, but it touches me to know that I'm glad I didn't come up in that time where I had to fight for my freedom, and I'm so happy to be free. And so, like I said, I just want to encourage all of you to continue to live free. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fields. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Jalen.
Jalen.
Oh, gosh. Here we go. Hey, I'm back. I promise I won't get emotional. I just hate seeing the leadership in this city be displayed with so much clownery. Velez's disrespect last week towards me was corny, but that didn't piss me off. It was the fact that the president was laughing. It's like you laughing at our pain, and I don't like that. So I did get worked up. But just stay noted, my tears are not like to show that I'm weak or anything like that. It's a warning signal for the other person to back up and relax, because things is about to get heated. So keep that in mind the next time you want to play around. Don't play with it. Now, hold up, I'm sorry. Older generations always say as I do. Do as I say, not as I do. And quite frankly, I'm tired of the saying, because I'm tired of watching people leading this country cosplay as adults. How do I do something that you never show me or teach me? Always doing what you say and never doing what you show me. Do what you say, and then I'll follow. The people in charge, they're squeezing us, so we're not able to live our life. They're so scared of the wealth that we can acquire if we all unite. They try to keep us in a mental psychosis. That's why the economy is rising. If we are distracted by surviving individually, they'll always be in power because they move as one, and we move as some. We never stick together. It's only a little bit of us, and then we disperse, and that's it, and it's over. We got to keep it together. The economy is rising, the dollar is falling, the ones in power has become so blinded by greed and power, they're running the country into the ground. They're so busy keeping us overworked, overstimulated, and underpaid that they didn't even see the BRICS alliance. If you didn't know, it's Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, some of the strongest economies in the world. If they unite and they go through with their plan, the US dollar gonna fall. All the banks around the world are already collapsing. They're already doing what they're supposed to do. America isn't even aware. So I'm not here to really talk to the citizens with titles like the councilman and the government. I'm here speaking to the citizens that's funding the community, people like me. They're making so much money off us. Let's do a little math work. It's about 15,000 residents in the downtown area. Let's just say 8,000 of them have cars. Let's say they get 5 tickets a month. That's $25 a ticket. That's $125 a month. From 8,000 residents, that's $1 million in 1 month. Times that by 12, that's $12 million, and that's just off the violations of the tickets. For the parking meters, it's $9 a day, $54 a week, $216 a month. In 1 month, times that by the 8,000 residents, what's that? $1,728,000. Times that by 12, $20,736,000 they're making a year off the residents. That don't even include the people that come down there and shop, and that's tourists. What is this poor you speak of? Paterson is not poor, just the citizens. And it's the leadership that's making it that way. It's time for us to wake up. We need to hit them in the pockets. We need to unite. I don't want to start a division, but people say they're for Black Lives Matter. But are you really? Before screaming Black Lives Matter, you need to ask yourself, will I continue to uphold the white supremacy? A lot of immigrants has been gained wealth and power off the strength of black people. They come with the arrogance of black people don't work and like we're lazy, but we're the hardest working people. We're some of the hardest working people. Everyone was sold this dream of opportunities and that black people are lazy, but that's false. Black people worked for 300 to 400 years. We were granted freedom. We asked for fair equity and fair pay. And instead of America give it to us, they slapped us in the face and offered the immigrants all these big benefits. And they took them and shitted on us. Sorry. So when standing with the black community, really ask yourself if you're for us. If we can't identify and understand the laws and handouts that most immigrants benefit from, that was due to the hatred that's white supremacy instilled in the country, human rights and peace will always be foreign to this world. So we need to get together. To my Spanish community, my Hispanics, my Latinos, before saying that you stand with the black community, look at the darkest Dominican and ask if you stand with them first. Because you need to stand with blackness, not just one thing. So, yeah. So I'm not here no more for just the parking permits. The disrespect in the room was so loud that I have to stand here and fight and scream for the rest of my people. It's time for us to all stand together. Let's get this going.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Eva Razak.
Eva.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
A few more seconds. I wanted to acknowledge everyone who's been coming out every Tuesday to let the community know where we stand. Guys, I'm over here because if you look at me, I really appreciate that because I give you the attention when you guys are talking. Do you guys go back, Ms. Long? I need to ask this question, and I'm not tagging anybody. Does the mayor listen to all our concerns, or does he just brush it off because you guys are sitting here? Can I ask that question? Would you be able to answer it? Somebody? Could somebody answer that question?
We'll answer at the end.
Say that again?
We'll answer it at the end.
Okay, another thing. Mr. Mendez, thank you for the forum that was held on the Catholic school on, I think it was Thursday, if I'm not mistaken? Wednesday. Thank you. Also, I wanted to make sure that this is something that we need you guys to really understand. Whether you guys really appreciate us when we come up onto the mic to speak. Ms. Mims, something that you said that I really have to piggyback on, you're not lying, and you have mentioned this prior when I first started coming here. When people talk, you'd be surprised the crap, the bullshit that happens to us, because I can tell I've been being followed after I was here last Tuesday. But you know what? I say something. If you want to come at me, coño, come at me straight. Come at me straight. Don't give me no side bag that somebody from out here wants to send me to shut up, because I'm not going to shut up. I was told to shut up when I came out of my mom's womb because she didn't want me. So you imagine as a child not being loved and you got to shut up? I'm not shutting up now. Our Patersonians are bleeding. They're suffering. They're starving. And you guys up here, and you know who you are. You know who you are? You guys tell us, y'all sit here like liars and say, well, call me. How come is it when Evie calls you, I never answer? Because it's me? I don't give a shit. I don't eat with you guys. And when I do eat, I share. Because I'm from Paterson. I ain't been from here since I was kidnapped. It was a year and a half. I've been here, and I'm going to be 57 in July. So guys, mindful. Mr. Mendez, something that I kind of addressed to you in the meeting, I've been bumping, and there's no lies, in the Dollar Tree in Elmwood Park with a lot of moms and a lot of students. They're lost. They're lost in space. These kids are like asking, and they ask me what ward I live in. I'm like in the 3rd. And it's funny because most of them that I've been bumping to, sir, they're from the 3rd ward. Is there any way besides all this money that the mayor's stealing? Yeah, I said it, Mayor. I said it, that you're stealing. Can't they put, okay, we have 6 wards, right? Can't we put an activity, a center for teens to go in each ward and ask for help? Our teens are dying mentally. You understand? I'm telling you, Mr. Mendez, I was shocked. And a few of them are Dominicans. I was like, coño, why not help? I know I'm not Dominican, but I am part of Dominican too, because my ex-husband is Dominican, and I've said it before. I've gone to bed with Dominicans. So his injection, there you go, baby. No, but I'm being honest, Mr. Mendez. I know, listen, in this town, Miss Stevie's always been slapped in her face. And they slap me in the back, because if they come at me side in the front, it's on. But I got something to say. I am no longer working in the Paterson Public Schools. I am no longer commissioner in the Housing Authority. I am no longer a constable. But damn it, I'm in Paterson. And if my people needs me, I am here. And you ladies and gentlemen, we don't want to come out here and disrespect you guys, because we elected you guys there. And even though we're not from the wards, we got people in different wards. And whether you guys believe it or not, this lady standing here, I got a lot of pull. And I may not seem like it, but I got something to say. Ms. Mims, you're not lying when people come up here to speak, because we're getting, they following us. They rivet behind me, vroom, vroom. And go ahead, vroom, vroom. So now what I'm doing, if I got to protect myself, I'm saying it, it's you or me, it's me. And if there's somebody out here trying to put a hit, just make sure y'all do it right. Because when you're chosen, like Mr. Jackson said, you're always chosen, Poppy. The devil's a liar every time he try to come at you. Woo! He's a liar. So once again, some of you council members, I will never ever vote for you guys again. Because when I've called you, you've ignored me. I don't care. You needed me, I didn't need you. You need us. There it is. You guys need us. And if you guys are demanding respect, respect us first. Because you guys y'all do y'all deals, and you know who you are. If the shoe fits wearing, you guys do your dirty deals. And these ears out here, we're in different doctors or in different places, and you hear, oh, so-and-so, you know how much she making? What? How dare you? And then you guys got the nerve to come and tell us to shut up or get out of here? You get the hell out of this town. Because y'all a bunch of corrupted son of a bitches, and you know who you are. And I got something to say. The day that is my time to leave, I'm going to leave this city in a good way. You know why? Because I was chosen to fight for those who are less spoken. And Ms. Mims, you're right. And thank you, Ms. Mims, for donating for the De Jesus family. We don't have to say it. We don't have to say it. But I thank you. I thank you. You know what? Every little bit in this town that we share, that we contribute, it comes back 10 times fold. Especially when you do it from your heart, not just to BS people. I donated this because you want a slice of pizza for free.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kalik. Also, sir, I wanted to acknowledge this to you. I know last week when I was reading the thing about the donkey, you felt some kind of way, but here it is. I'm not, and I was not calling you donkey. I have to address that. I don't BS. If I needed to call you a donkey, believe me, I'll tell you, because I'm a woman. This is me. And I don't need a man to stand behind me to defend myself, because I don't have one. They're scared. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Eva. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Cory Booker.
Who's the next speaker again?
That's what's there. Cory Booker.
I'm not Cory Booker, for the record. That's all right.
It's a
Oh,
Teague.
that's all right. That's all right. Yep, Corey Teague, Paterson, New Jersey. First and foremost, on behalf of the De Jesus family, they requested me to thank you as well, Councilwoman Mims, for your donation to the family. They appreciate your support. Also, to those of you that have supported the family. Once again, we are here tonight to the Paterson community. Before I forget, I do want to mention this before I forget. On June 10th at Vera Ames Community Park, we are going to be celebrating Vera Ames' 76th birthday. And on that day, I will be making sure that there are people in that park registering people to vote. And we're looking to get a lot of people registered. This year, we have a lot of teenagers who are turning 18. Thousands. And this is a totally new generation, not just in terms of the way things have been done in other areas, but even in politics. It's a totally different generation. And this is a generation of people that are not afraid to reach out to the community. Everything that happened with the De Jesus family for what now? It's 14 months? 14 months. The 15 months now? We're getting close to it, right? But everything that's happened in that 14, 15-month period, the community has watched every bit of it. And they're focusing their attention on who did what and why. And they're going to vote accordingly. They're going to vote accordingly. I have my picks. Some of them told me not to do that tonight. Wait a little while, and I'm going to respect that. But I do want you guys to understand, like I said last week, 2024 is going to be a different year. Being out here in the street every day, talking to residents, there are residents who I have never even spoken to before because we've always been on opposing sides, who are now saying, I see what you've been saying all this time. And you know what? We come to an agreement. We say, we can disagree on any part that we want to disagree on, but you have to agree with the fact that the public has a right to see the workshops just as well as the regular meeting. And that's the general consensus of the public. That's all right. The voters are going to show you better than they can tell you. They're going to show you. Then don't worry about it. You have every right to vote how you vote there. And then election day, we have every right to vote from where we are. So you voted tonight, we'll vote May of next year. We have that same right. If nothing changes to the residents of Paterson, if nothing changes, nothing changes. So in order for changes to take place, you have to get off your behinds and make those changes take place. When election time comes up, remember cases like the De Jesus family. Remember the way the administration handled that situation. Remember the way things went down right here in City Hall, which a place that's supposed to be the people's house. Remember in 2019 when the administration put barricades up in front of City Hall to keep the family members and communities out of here that were fighting for Jameek. And for many other families that have come here, just remember that when next year comes along. Because those same individuals are going to come back to you and tell you, yeah, all of that went wrong, but look at this. We have to refocus and say, listen, these are the things we wanted, and you failed to do that because you just didn't want to do it. So we're not going to vote for you because we just don't want to do it anymore. At some point, you come to the end of a relationship, if it's not meant to be. You come to the end of a relationship and you say, okay, it's been good while it lasted, now we got to move on. Nothing personal, but things have to change. This podium was broke. I forgot who slammed on it, but it wasn't fixed until somebody came and fixed it, right? This city's not going to be fixed until we fix it as a community. Simply paying taxes is not going to fix this city. It's just not. We see what's going on in our community. The only way we're going to fix this city is by rolling up our sleeves and fixing this city. And one of the strongest methods of doing that is the voting booth. But you know what? It has been pushed away for so long because the people who remain in office have their base of voters who put them in there every election period. So the last thing they want is brand new voters to show up. Because that's a whole new bracket, and now you got to reach out to more people. You got to buy more chicken. If there's more votes, you got to buy more chicken, right? So now we have an issue. Because a lot of the restaurants, the prices are going up so high, I don't think you're going to be able to afford that much chicken anymore. And this new generation, they're not into all of that anyway. They just want to see results. 2024 is going to be a different year.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is the Great Falls Center, Charles Salinas, and John, they're gone? Okay, thank you. The next speaker is James Pruden.
Dr. Pruden.
All right, I want to thank you for letting me speak to you again.
Good evening.
And I don't think so, but there's a chance I might run over 3 minutes.
That's fine.
I wanted to comment on 3 things. Leadership, change, and hope. So, 83 days ago, a young man named Najee Seabrooks called 911, seeking assistance in a time of personal crisis. You guys know the story. After more than 4 hours of interactions, the help he got was being shot to death. So I dedicated myself to come here, to this place of leadership, looking for hope and looking for change. Now, there are a lot of definitions of leadership and qualities that have been described, but among others, leaders have to be able to think for themselves. Leaders have to be able to behave according to what is rational and what makes sense. I'll never forget a study that looked at people in a smoke-filled room. The study was this. They put the test subject in a room and then infused the smell of smoke into the room. And when the test subject was sitting there alone, 75% of the time they would get up and leave the room. And then the next phase of the test was to put 2 actors in the room. And they told the actors, when you smell smoke, don't leave. And then they would put the test subject in and infuse the smell of smoke. And the test subjects never left the room. Only 10% of the test subjects left the room on their own because they were looking at the behavior of the others around them and refused to leave. People are like sheep. People need leaders. Najee Seabrooks was a leader. And in fact, I see leadership in this room. I've seen Cotton over there with us in community activities when youth are involved. I've seen MIMS at community activities when we're looking for some social service networking for members that the PHC is working with. I saw Jackson over there at the fundraising basketball game for Najee Seabrooks. I saw Mendez take over the leadership of this council when the community was here blinded by rage and everybody seemed to be trying to dodge the bullets of accountability. Mendez made it possible for the members of the council to hear the community. But I didn't see any change related to Najee Seabrooks. Najee Seabrooks, a leader who inspired children by using sports to gather their attention and showed them there was another way. Najee Seabrooks, who as a leader would go into communities of strife and danger and seek ways of moving people toward peace. I saw leadership in Najee, but I haven't seen anything yet from the council. Change. We talked about this before. Einstein said, definition of insanity is doing something the same way over and over and over again and expecting a different outcome. I've been here to these meetings over and over and over again and hear you guys raging at each other, but I don't see any change. I I remember in biology, how do you tell whether something is alive? And the answer was, among other things, it changes to accommodate a threat in its environment. How do you tell if it's, I mean, what's the difference between a rock and a tree in winter? You can't tell that tree is alive, but it makes changes. It makes changes in its rooting system and everything when there's a threat to the environment, like not enough range. The Attorney General's office came here about a month after Najee's death and snatched from this council 15% of your budget. The control of 15% of your budget was snatched away. Snatched away. A threat to the very purpose of it. I mean, you have to do three things. You have to make sure that you've announced your meetings. You have to vote to pay your bills, and I'm not sure whatever else you have to do. But those are your primary objectives. And the Attorney General's office snatched your ability to control 15% of your budget. Certainly, that's enough to make change. See nothing. I see nothing. So where is the hope? Well, I'll tell you where the hope is. The hope is in seeing a football coach come to these meetings and ask for playing space for his children. The hope is in the imam who came a couple of meetings ago and said a prayer and mentioned, before he mentioned Muhammad, he mentioned Jesus and Moses. Somebody who was willing to take the interest of someone else in his community before his own. I see the change in people like Terrence Drakeford and Rashawn Dixon, two young men who saw a fire, called 911, and then rescued the people from the housing project to the degree that the mayor and the director of the fire department gave them certificates and awards for their bravery. And these were young men who may have been perceived as threats by the community. They were members of the PHC, and they were colleagues of Najee Seabrooks doing the same thing that Najee Seabrooks did. So I just want to end with the question. Will you take the hope that exists in the energy and the good words of the people of the community and show some leadership to make a change? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Puri. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Elvis Durham.
Oh, he's right there.
What's good? How y'all doing?
Good evening.
Today? City Council, how y'all doing? We got Memorial Day weekend coming up in the city of Paterson. And I request more policing in certain parts of the city so the people can have a good time, have their cookouts, kids can run around, and enjoy the weekend, Memorial Day weekend and Memorial Day. To me, I ain't gonna be here. But I care about my city, and this is the third largest city in New Jersey. We don't have too much stuff going on, but the families in this city gonna be chilling, having a good time. So I care about their safety, okay? Y'all listening? One of y'all on y'all phone. Come on now. Okay. Respect don't cost nothing. My man, respect don't cost nothing. Okay? I respect you, respect me. Okay. About to do my announcements. I'm gonna take my time. Okay? I also want to put this on record. I am the promoter of the city. Okay? Miss Ames. Councilwoman Vera Ames. Birthday celebration. She's going to be 76 years old. 76 years old. Come on, y'all. Come on. Yeah. Councilwoman Vera Ames. The queen of Paterson, New Jersey. And it's the celebration of Reverend Ames Community Park, first anniversary, Saturday, June 10th, at the Reverend Ames Community Park on 130 Rosa Parks Boulevard, Paterson, New Jersey, 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. This is the former Montgomery Park. Y'all come out and have a good time. It's gonna be food, good food, music, lots of entertainment. Y'all come out and have a good time, y'all, okay? Let's celebrate the Queen of Paterson, New Jersey. She done a lot. She done more than anyone that's up there now. She done a lot. You talking about a council person? She was there for the people. She helped people get jobs. She didn't look down on nobody. She was there for her city. Okay? I just wish she was still here as the mayor. But anyway, she's retired, and let's celebrate her. Okay? That's Saturday, June 10th. Some of y'all look like y'all tired. Y'all get a good paycheck. Y'all, come on, get some coffee. We got the African Heritage Parade, Saturday, June 17th, at 10 a.m. It's starting from the Masonic Temple. At 10 a.m., it's starting from the Masonic Temple, and it's going all the way to Eastside Park. That's the African Heritage Parade, Saturday, June 17th. Okay? Got one more announcement. Elvis Dorm Outreach Music Productions presents Summer Jam. Oh yeah, Summer Jam. We got 3 dates. 3 dates of Summer Jam. Sunday, July 9th, 2023, at 4 o'clock p.m., I'm going to be at my home church, Redeemed Fellowship Center, 292 North 8th Street, Prospect Park, New Jersey. Pastor Overseer Brenda Davis Gilbert is the pastor. Special guest Dominique Tisdale will be live in concert at 292 North 8th Street, Prospect Park, New Jersey, July 9th. Saturday, July 22nd, at 6 p.m., we're going to be at Smoking Crabs, me and my music production. Going to be at Smoking Crabs, inside Center City Mall, 301 Main Street, downtown Paterson, New Jersey. Okay? Friday, June 23rd, at 7 p.m., we're going to be on the First Ward. I'm coming to Mike Jackson Ward. Wow. Mike Jackson, I'm coming to your ward, man. Friday, June 23rd, at 7 o'clock p.m. at New Generation Kingdom of Power Ministry, 170 North Main Street, Paterson, New Jersey. Pastor Thomas Purry is the pastor. Special guest singer, LeJean Austin of Paterson, New Jersey, and many more. For more information, you could contact me at 862-823-3895. And I just want to say this. I was talking many times for 4 years now for each and every one of y'all to have a summer jam inside the park. So these young people could have somewhere to go in Paterson. Like I said, we don't have no community center buildings, no recreation center. And you see all these gun drive-by shooting? People getting shot every other day. The summer is coming. And y'all say y'all care about the city, right? You care about the senior citizens? You care about the youth? Y'all got money. So what's good? Only one council person have reached out to me. And that's Councilman Artis Mendez. He's doing a summer jam on his ward. So what's good? We also got a summer jam coming to the 4th ward. So, and the 5th ward. So what's good, people? You say you care about the community, you care about the people's safety, and you know what's going on in this city. And y'all wonder why so much gun violence? You know, drugs related. There's no jobs here. Bring the jobs, less problem, less drug dealers. You know what I'm saying? People ain't gonna have time to shoot. They'll be too doggone tired. Get them a job. Bring recreation. So since we don't have that, do a summer jam. Half of y'all got connections with entertainment people. You know what I'm saying? Louis Velez got connection with Mega, the radio station. I know what he's doing his summer jam. So come on, you care about the community? Come on, let's work together. Stop with the attitudes. I'm here to work. I'm here to build. I'm not here to put nobody on blast, on no blast or nothing. I'm here to build. This is the third largest city in New Jersey. Y'all sit there every other Tuesday and argue. Come on, let's get our hands dirty and let's fix this city. We don't have nothing. I gotta go all the way down to South Carolina, take a van and have a good time because ain't nothing here in my city. Wake up and let's work together. I'm not your enemy. We our own enemy because we too doggone selfish. Bring the ego down and let's work together.
Thank you.
God bless you. Good night.
Thank you. Good night. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Joel Keys.
All right. Joel Keys, Paterson. Bring democracy to Paterson, speech number 6. Before I started, voting is important and I support voting. I didn't vote for 36 consecutive years. I said that in the first speech. But I started voting because if I want people to do this, what I mean by bring democracy to Paterson, then I felt like I had to capitulate or lead by example, willing to change. So you're going to hear in here the importance of doing what we need to do after we vote. So here we go. When you hear people saying our people were beaten and some died fighting for our right to vote during the civil rights movement, and because of that, we all should vote, I say they're correct. But that's only part of the story. Because if you think that their fighting meant that all we had to do now is take advantage of the struggle they endured and just vote, then you would be mistaken. The other part of the story that was misunderstood and is never mentioned whenever election time rolls around is they were demonstrating to us what was necessary for us to do as well if we wanted democracy. Because what they were doing is what democracy looks like. There's a famous saying in sports competition, and it goes as follows. It's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog that matters the most. The size of the dog representing the people in this fight, the 99%, is much bigger than the size of the dog representing the corporate imperialists, the 1%. My father was a huge boxing fan, and he cunningly got me interested in the sport. I remember he used to tell me that a good big man will beat a good little man every time. And it was understood that the size of the fight in the good little man was huge. But it was also understood that the size of the fight in the good big man was huge too. The other factor that was understood about the good big man and the good little man is they both enjoyed a lot of success. Let me paraphrase that. They both knew how to fight. Well, in the case of the 99% versus the 1% has demonstrated with greater consistency that they are very good fighters in this type of fight. Conversely, the 99% has demonstrated inconsistency. Historically, we've shown that at times we're very good fighters in this type of fight, but too often we've shown that we're not very good fighters in this type of fight. And the times that we were not very good fighters was only when we didn't even bother to show up to the fight. In other words, it was those times when we failed to organize and mobilize as a united force, which is our current condition in Paterson. In conclusion, the word democracy is not written in the United States Constitution, and it is not written in any constitution of the 50 states. Nevertheless, when you examine the military history of the many very suspicious invasions and occupations that are furtively called wars, and you acknowledge that these were so-called missions to bring democracy to those places, it should at least make you skeptical about what the meaning of the word democracy truly is. Well, we're saying that in regards to the meaning of the word democracy, there is clearly subterfuge going on here, and we've deciphered that deceit and have made it our mission to impress upon the city of Paterson that the word democracy means the people organized to mobilize as a united force. Put another way, if you want something done right, you have to do it yourself. That's what we mean by bring democracy to Paterson. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Sebastian Mejia.
Mr. Mejia.
I would like to start off by saying, Sebastian Mejia, 5th Ward, 80% of all communication is body language. I would like to begin by addressing the notion from the 6th Ward Councilman in his opinion that our meetings should be conducted in a hybrid version. Like I told him previously, and like I will express to the public, before we can fly, before we can run, we gotta at least crawl. We want to talk, we said 21st century, Council President. We want to have Paterson in the 21st century, this millennium. Well, as a millennial, I would like to say that we should, at the very minimum, be televising the workshop meetings. How are we going to jump on or jump into the highly technological, everything that it takes to run a hybrid meeting when we can't even do the fundamentals? We can't even do the basics. We were talking about boxing. If you don't have a good jab, if you don't know how to throw a good jab, don't worry about throwing combinations. So I'm just reiterating my stance as someone that seeks to be a representative of the constituents of the 5th Ward in the city of Paterson. It's my duty and responsibility to make sure that they are educated, informed, and empowered when it comes to the things that are going on in this city, week in and week out. Situations like the disappearance of Felix de Jesus, whom so many of our constituents, so many of our Patersonians became aware of this situation because of the city council televised meetings. Okay, so my Patersonians, pay attention when issues like the televising of the meetings get brought up. Pay attention to who disagrees with that. Who disagrees with you being empowered? Who disagrees with that? I would be remiss if I did not address $750,000 on solar-powered trash cans. Those trash cans better be AI operated with a robot that comes out and picks the trash up itself. We don't need solar powered trash cans. We do need more trash cans, and we do need a cleaner Paterson. How about we get those $750,000 UEZ dollars and hire some Patersonians to clean up? Instead of giving yourself raises and individuals in the administration raises, how about we do the math? We crunch the numbers, pull the money from wherever it needs to come to, and hire some Patersonians to make this city beautiful as it is. My name is Sebastian Mejia. If it's the Lord's will, I will be your next 5th Ward councilman in the city of Paterson. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Xavier Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Yes. Eight.
Xavier Harris, Paterson. I had notes written down on the paper, but I can no longer use the notes because of some of the ways and topics that you guys spoke about earlier. Kind of agitated me. I don't use profanity and I try not to get upset, but it was really agitating. I want to say that I work for Gator Recycling, so I'm technically a garbage man. So the fact that you guys wanted to spend so much money on garbage cans when we still gonna need people to grab the garbage is mind-blowing. I couldn't even sit still hearing that as a person who literally picks up bottles, garbage, all grass, all kinds of things on a daily basis. It was discomforting. But another thing I wanted to speak about was how it's real ironic how Councilman Jackson and Councilwomen at Large, Ms. Mims, told us to pay attention to how the other council people vote. And it's real funny that over these past weeks, I just sat back and watched. It's the same ones who vote against televising all the meetings that voted for not being able to give us 2 minutes more time. So with all of that being in the back of my head, it just seems like no transparency. That was one of the words I first spoke about was transparency. It's you purposely in the public's face tell us that you don't care enough to give us an extra 2 minutes to address how we feel and our concerns. That is mind-blowing. It is mind-blowing. And if we can't get 2 minutes and we can't see what goes on when we're not here, it's you don't want us to speak, you don't want us to see. If you can't speak and you can't see, what senses are we supposed to use to get you guys to feel and notice our concerns? I don't understand it. I mean, I pride myself on being someone who listens before they react and hears from different aspects and you guys' side, our side, but it's just not making enough sense to me, and I'm pretty sure to everyone else, how we can't come to some type of agreement in getting 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes. You guys speak for 30 minutes. One person sometimes on how you feel about a topic, but we can't get an extra 2 minutes. Councilman Uren, I commend you so much because I never heard you speak so passionately about something until today. You sit there and you show so much humility, so much decorum, and you sit back and you let everyone else go. But today I've watched you feel very, very strongly about something, and you stepped in and you chose to speak about it again. And it's things like that go a long way of showing that you care. You didn't say, oh, we need to talk less. We need to do this. You said, no, give the people more time. That's selflessness. When you're selfless, it shows that you care more about others. I think the ones who voted not to give us the extra 2 minutes and voted not to televise all meetings should really take a deep, deep, deep look inside themselves and figure things out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Reverend John Algaro, but I don't see him here.
Next speaker.
Okay, next speaker is Ernest Mack.
Mr. Mack, not here.
Ernest Mack.
He's not here. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Frank Filippelli.
Frank Filippelli.
Present.
Good evening.
What's everybody? Hey, everybody. Haven't seen y'all in a while, right? I ain't here to start trouble. Well, a little bit of trouble. Today, I just really want to talk about, there's a deadline, May 31st, all right? This is for the students and the young athletes of Paterson, ages 13 to 18. I belong to the New Jersey Elks. There's a free sporting event that's happening within the state of New Jersey for all children, female and male, 13 to 18 years of age. They're giving out scholarships for college and or trade schools. So this is a good opportunity, even though my Elks Lodge is not within the Paterson district. This is not a district thing, and they're not going to come down here to tell us. That's what I'm here to tell us. The unfortunate thing, it's not unfortunate, but it's not one of the big football, basketball scholarships. This is a bowling, a golf, or a tennis scholarship. So Eastside High School, Kennedy High School, Tech, if you have kids out there that golf, bowl, play tennis, I know it's a stretch, but they're out there. I see them. Get out there. These are easy scholarships. It's free. We have until May 31st to fill out an application. Take out a pen at home. Take down my number, 973-296-7290. It's important. 973-296-7290. Frankie Flip. It's important that we get involved in this because this might be the last time they utilize this this scholarship, and I hate to see it go because I know there's so many athletes in Paterson. We don't have to be football players. We don't have to be basketball players. But in the same token, we also do a free throw scholarship that could get you to Chicago. So I'm bringing you this first. In, I guess, October or so, there's a soccer kick and a free throw shoot that I know we're going to excel in. And I want you to get involved in this, so please, May 31st is, call me for more details. It's out of town. I'm working on a bus to maybe get us there. We'll see how that works out depending on first come, first served basis. Also, I want to touch base. Now I'm gonna put my gloves on because now I'm back. Now Frankie Flip's back. Real quick, I want to just say I've been around for a while. Many of you might not know me, but back in maybe 2003, I was on the UEZ board, Jan and Penny, and I was a chairman. And I went to Atlantic City. Instead of getting drunk and having fun, I went to the convention center, and I saw these garbage cans that you think is new technology. Really wasn't new technology back then. And they ran us about $1,500. And they compact, and it's a good idea for the parks. But at the time, UEZ, and you got to understand UEZ money, it's for grants. So you can get it for garbage cans, you can't get it for people in labor. So I got to understand that. So at the time, I was like, let's get these garbage cans. This makes sense. And I fought, and they were like, well, we can't put them in the parks because that's not a UEZ zone, and we can't do this. I'm like, are you serious right now? This is good. Who's going to come and check where we put the garbage cans? And needless to say, it was kiboshed. And I don't know how many 700,000, maybe 1,000 garbage cans, I'm not really sure. But at the time, they were $1,500, and they denied us. That was 20 years ago. Instead, we bought those metal ones that we have now, and they cost maybe $5 million. So when you talk 700,000, and you see an OG like me, ha, 3 times we bought these garbage cans at $1 million a pop. And I got the paperwork. I'll go get them and bring it back. And at one point, Marty Barnes, God rest his soul, bought replicas that were concrete. And they're not even around no more because they got smashed up. But that's just that real quick. And since we all went over, and the crazy thing is, when I used to go over, Mary Lee Jackson had no problem with throwing me out. She'd hit the gravel, and a cop would grab me, and they'd throw me out. That's how it was back then. So be thankful and humble that you could stand here. And listen, I ain't been here for a while because I really don't appreciate the clownage. There's a lot of clowns sitting up here. I'm going to keep it real. And I can't take it. But when us, as the people, come and disrespect the parliamentary procedure, that's where it don't matter what your content is, you're wrong because you stepped out. So do I curse? 100% all the time, every day. I taught my children not whether not to curse, when to curse. And to stand here and to throw curse out is disrespectful, and you lose your power. Trust me. But on that, real quick, May 6th, I've been going to Veterans Park up in Hayden's Heights and on Union Avenue for, man, I was in grammar school, getting a day off on Memorial Day and riding my bike up. We had bikes back then, guys, and you just sit there and I see a bunch of old people with hats on, and I was scared to go and talk to them. I was at the dedication on Union Ave in 1984. When they dedicated it, we called it Little Park. Now it's Veterans Park. And on May 6th, listen to me, I do this religiously every year. 11/11, not that I'm a veteran, not that my daddy was a veteran, my grandfather was, but because I know I'm a goofball and I'm crazy, and it's because of a veteran that I could be crazy. You understand me? You feel me? So I have the utmost respect for veterans because they allow me to stand here and call you people clowns, right? Think about that. In Soviet Russia, I'd probably be shot, right? So I don't care whether you come or not and respect our veterans and help out with a cleanup that we did in Hayden Heights on May 6th, and we sweated a little bit. And it was also opening day for Pennington Park Little League, which a lot of you made sure you went to because there was about 2,000, people there and voters. I don't care if you come every year, but I'm going to tell you something right now. I don't like clowns. So if you don't come when it's not election year, Frankie Flip ain't letting you come when it is election year. That's just it. You're not going to come here, shake hands, and kiss babies because it's election year. That ain't how we do it. You want to be real? You want to be recognized, real, recognizing real? That's how you establish yourself. If you don't ever want to come, go, so be it. A lot of people don't. But don't come up here phony. I watch a lot of you walk past us trying to clean up Hayden Heights on May 6th and gave the little wave, but there was only, there's only 6 white people, old white people up there. They ain't going to get, they're going to vote for us anyway. Let's make sure we make it down where we could get some vote by mails in the park. So the bottom line is, if you're not going to really be about it, don't be about it, because Patersonians could read through you. One more thing is, if you really care about the veterans, Mr. Uden, I heard, and I know they praised you today, but you're not supposed to do a cleanup in Veterans Park during Memorial Day. That's when the Memorial Day is for the dead veterans, the ones that gave it all, that never came home, that died in whatever field they were at, whatever boat they were on. They're dead. Not a vet. A vet is a different day. That's a November 11th. So on Memorial Day, it's about cookouts, right? But when you have that cookout, you're supposed to stop and think, damn, if we weren't free, even though sometimes we don't really feel free, it's a great country. And people just like us went out to fight for apparently a lot of times no reason at all, in my own personal opinion, and died out there so we could just have a cookout. So unfortunately, I hope you're not planning on cleaning Veterans Park up on Union Avenue. And if you want to clean a park, West Side Park looks like garbage. Go on down there and clean West Side Park. But I only say this because I read something on the PEA website saying that you were doing a cleanup, and it kind of infuriated me because I'm like, yo, this dude didn't come clean up Hayden Heights on the 6th, but now he wants to take a photo op like our mayor takes all the time. I'm not into that. I'm not into that. I don't play these games. You understand me? I don't play games. And the other thing is, on May 6th, I was told we had to get a permit to clean, to clean, what? A permit to cut, and Billy's gone, and I would have talked to him about it, but I'm like, yo, listen to me. I'll pull a permit to cut a tree and trim some grass and clean some graffiti when the cat that's shooting dope and nodding off has a permit. When the cat standing on the corner selling drugs has a permit. When the dude putting the graffiti up got the okay and went to Al's little seminar on name this street, then I'll get a permit. But for the city of Paterson to tell the veterans they need a permit, it's sad. It's sad. It's sad at the administration level. It's just sad. But on that note, I just want you to know, Frankie Flip's back. I will be back. And I hope we take advantage of this this scholarship, because I want to see some Pattersonians in here. And whether you want to believe it or not, it's open to anyone. So if you're a fireman out there and you don't live in my town and you live up somewhere and you want to get your kid in this, there's no discrimination. I just want to bring some people from Paterson, representing Paterson. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Alexandra Smith.
You could respond at the end. Who's next? Okay.
That's not her? That's her? Alexandra Smith.
So, Alexandra Smith, I have never heard a word used so often by so many people who have no regard for the actual definition. Decorum, let me remind you, it means behavior with good taste, orderliness. My question now to all that say that we need to keep the decorum on this side, are you not held to the same standards that we are? We are supposed to learn to follow this decorum by the example that you lead. Is it by the way that you treat your council members, the way that the officers treat the people in the city, the way that you treat our issues, our pain? Tell me where we can find one example of decorum, because I don't know about you, but this is the best that we got. We are tired of being tired. We're tired of coming here week after week while you offer us little to no resolutions, while more people are getting assaulted on the streets by those whose job is to literally protect and serve. One thing that I want to say is that combating the corruption in the government body is going to be a very difficult task. And it's not just for the people, because we have people up here who are fighting for us too. And we have seen time and time again in this skewed reality that speaking the truth results in being targeted and even punished. We can already tell that it's not going to be easy, but we need to be willing to continue to educate ourselves and educate each other. We need to learn the signs and the red flags, and we need to be willingness to call out corruption, to turn to transparency and accountability. Now, the question I leave with the people in these chambers, watching at home and all else, who here right now in these seats sit idly by while the dishonest and the deceivers are propagated in this city? Who in these seats speak up, and who is the corrupted? Let's get them out. Thank you, Paterson.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Maria Jones.
Maria Jones? Not here. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Jared Martinez. Okay. Next
Not
speaker
here.
is Kevin Icardi. Next speaker is Shantonette Hill.
Ms. Hill.
Good evening, good evening, good evening.
Good evening.
So, I had to rush down here because I'm a little disturbed. What I want to know is, can I have a copy of the job description of a councilman? And the reason I need to know that is because I was doing my research, and in my research, I found, hold up, I got it. So I found here, it says, if a local council or any of its members is negligent in fulfilling its oath of office, you can pursue legal action. Now, I know some states, you guys are immune from suing. However, I came here last month asking the question, when they leave, what happens? Haven't got an answer, and I'm in the 6th ward. And so this is why it's so disturbing to me, because I pay taxes. And because I pay taxes, that means that my money is going to that councilman who's not here again. So now my problem is every night I gotta hear firecrackers because it's getting hot and they're doing firecrackers. Last year, let me tell you what happened last year. Firecrackers all in my pool. Call the cops. What did they do? Nothing. So what's the noise ordinance? I need to know that. I still want a copy. I need to know that I can get a copy because something has to be done. Because you can't tell me that he has an issue, a problem every Tuesday night, and this is his night that he's supposed to be here. Okay? The next thing that I have a problem with is just watching every night, and we're supposed to be adults. And I understand, yes, you're right. Once sometimes we start to curse, a lot of times everything is just missed. However, I always feel that if we're leading, and I'm talking about everybody up here, then we have to act accordingly in order for us, because remember, there's always cause and effect. All right? Now, the last thing that I want to say about my council person. This is the last thing, and then I'm going to sit down. Okay? We may have a viable candidate in the 6th ward. However, remember my last name, okay? Because I want you to think about this. In the 6th ward, someone else shares my last name who's thinking about taking that seat that he's sitting in. And I'm pushing him to take the seat that he's sitting in because I'm tired of coming here every Tuesday, not coming here, watching it every Tuesday and seeing that he's not even here. So my question again, because I still didn't get it answered, can I get a description of Councilman for Paterson, New Jersey? Yes or no? Can that be answered?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need. And then I'll do what I need to do next.
Thank you. Next.
My last name is Hill.
Next speaker.
There are no more speakers.
Can I get a motion to close the public?
Seeing none, move to close.
Second.
Move to close by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Coach, what is... I hear him. Okay.
Can I say something?
Yes, go ahead. Make it real quick.
You should have
just signed
I'm
up.
sorry, but I was just gonna come here and sit down and
I'll give you the
just watch and just sit back and watch. Before you guys took this job, you guys knew that on Tuesdays was your night to be in here, correct? Everybody knew that coming into this job. All right. Question: are you guys getting overtime right now, Or you guys are just on regular? Flat. Just regular salary? Okay, cool. I sat here, watched Councilman Ala Abdulaziz talk the entire night. As everybody else was talking over here, he's over here snickering around with the guy that was here before this gentleman just walked in. And then he also, one of you guys was talking, and you guys said, we supposed to be here all night. His comment was, not me. I sat here from 7 o'clock till now. My birthday is in 2 hours.
Happy birthday.
I don't have to be here. I'm not getting paid. But I want to see my city grow, and I want to see my city do better. Like Jalen said, like, I was coming here just for the football. Like, you know, just make sure my kids is right. But being this my 7th week here straight in a row, it is so much more that needs to be talked about in this city. Like, I was literally just going to sit there and just not say nothing tonight. I wasn't going to say anything tonight because I just wanted to watch. But as you guys don't want to give us 2 extra minutes, like, that is just like crazy. It's crazy. We asking for 5 minutes of you guys' time once a week. We're asking for 5 minutes. We know you guys have a bunch of things to do, a bunch of assignments to get done, but you guys knew signing up for this job that on Tuesday, the community can come out here, they can sign their name on a piece of paper, and they can say how they feel to you guys. Right? I don't know if he has ADHD. I don't know if you, Councilman Velez, have ADHD, but the 2 outside chairs, you guys get up the most out of the whole council. Like, I'm not even trying to be funny. And I know the reason why some of my millennials don't want to come here and say what I'm saying right now is because they don't want to be X'd out of certain things that they want. So me right now being on television saying this, I'm nervous for the outcome of what I want to get done. I've applied for the city of Paterson to work here. I scored an 83 on the fireman test. Like, I did all of that stuff, but I know standing here right now saying how I feel for my city has a cause and effect, like Ms. Hill just said. But I honestly don't care anymore. Like, I don't care. Kids, we don't have nothing for our kids lined up. Are any of our kids, high schools, going to be playing in Hinchcliffe Stadium this year? Do they have time slots? Is everything scheduled? Football, basketball, not basketball, football, soccer, baseball, all of those things? What about the youth little leagues? What's going on with that? Are they going to be able to have a fun time in there? Why aren't there any football lines on the field yet anyway? Why is there still not a football on the Paterson Recreation logo? This is just things that you guys don't really take serious when it comes to the kids or when it comes to the millennials that's coming up in this generation. But I want to thank you for the time, but I just couldn't sit there and not say nothing. Can there anything be done for councilmen that do not stay the duration? Like, is there anything that's supposed to be done for that? Like, is there anything? I don't know who I'm supposed to be talking to over here or the council president, but is anything supposed to be done for that? Because I know you guys know that. I understand the emergency happens. We get that. We know that. We understand family emergency happens. But you guys knew that on Tuesdays, you're here from 5 to whatever time it's over. And every time, the one person is not here. But he was so excited when the one community came in and we got out of here at 10 o'clock. He was the happiest person in the world. The happiest person in the world.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor to adjourn, close the public portion. Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call to close the public hearing, Madam
Roll
Clerk.
call to close the public portion. Councilwoman Davila.
Okay, so I want to actually thank Mr. Filippelli for making the statement about the trash cans and understanding UEZ funding, specifically that UEZ funding is supposed to be targeted for UEZ zones. And with that said, the trash cans, part of us wanting and why I voted yes on this item was because currently what we have, those little garbage cans, they're overflowing. It's horrible. It's disgusting. And at least with this, you'll be able to throw so much more garbage, so much more, and it not be laying out in the ground. So that I can tell you the reason why I supported that item. All right. I also want to thank you because you came here and you've been very vocal in our community for many, many years, many years. You've served as commissioner for many, many years. You've come at some of the council members for many, many years. But you've done it in a way that at least with me, because I don't think that there's anyone that it's okay for you to address and start cursing at them and calling them names and you're gonna listen to them. No. If you wanna have my ear, and I'll say it again like I said it the last meeting I was here, okay? Is at the end of the day, I sit here and I listen to everyone speak because that's everyone's right. And yes, young man, we chose to run for office and the people elected us to be sitting here. All right, I can't talk to other members and specifics on why they leave. That is addressed through the council president. Sometimes they just get up and go. I can't answer that. If you heard in the beginning of the meeting, it was addressed that our councilwoman is ill today. That's why she's not here. It was unfortunate that for the last 5, almost 6 months, there were meetings that I had 3 surgeries, but that wasn't said here. All right, so sometimes we don't know the whole entire story. All right, so at the end of the day, listen, I always say my number is public. I'm open for discussions, meetings, sit down, coffee, you name it. But to come here and want to address, and we continue to talk about the item, the decorum, this whole thing, part of that is the way you address the council. The community addresses the council as a council. We're a body. All right, so when you come here and you name people and you start trashing them and cursing at them, okay, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not listening. Unfortunately, my mind goes into a blank, and I just wanna, Madam Clerk, I also wanna thank you. You've been doing such a wonderful job. I'm really proud of you, I really am. So I wanna thank you, all right, for covering for our clerk who has been ill, and I just, Jackie, I know that you're watching, Madam Clerk, I'm just happy that you're getting better and that you are home. Thank you to everyone, and my vote is yes to close on the public portion. I'm sorry, wait a minute. To the Jesus family, there are many things that are done behind closed doors concerning your brother. All right, in committee meetings, all right, I want you to know I had a one-on-one with the officer in charge, our Chief Abassi. All right, and the number 1 item was Felix de Jesus. And Councilwoman Mims was also part of the Public Safety Committee meeting. She knows that, as well as Jameek Lowry as well, and Najee Seabrooks. So I may not be here and be that person coming. No, I'm doing the work. All right, so I need you to know that every day, every single day, there's a prayer, but there's also not just prayer, but action happening as well. All right. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
So, I'm going to address the coach because, I appreciate your efforts, man, all of you, Ms. Freeman, Jay. You know, you guys consistent, please. And before you leave, I want to talk to you guys outside before you leave out, as soon as we close this public portion. But so yes, to answer your question, there is a level of accountability, and to the young lady, Ms. Hill, yes, there is a level of accountability to council members. In fact, there's precedence. It's been done before. When Julio Tavares, a former councilman of the 5th Ward, was derelict because he was taking college classes. He wasn't here. He was reprimanded by the council. There was a vote of no confidence that was raised, and there was discussion on docking his pay. So there are levels of accountability. Now, relative to addressing council members and in the individuality, just like teams, right? You got football teams. The teams lose the game, but it don't stop the coaches and the fans from talking about how terrible LeBron played. You outline and you talk about individuals' play and their dedication or lack thereof, commitment to the team, to winning the games, because the team ultimately is not the council, it's the community. Everybody plays a role. Each individual plays a role on this small team to address the issues of the larger team. Because if the community's losing, then what good is it to hide behind a jersey and say, no, well, it's a team. It's a team effort. Yeah, it's a team effort in which individuals put out terrible effort. And individuals need to be called out on their lack of performance. So continue to do that. Don't allow anybody to discourage that. Because that's how they hide behind, you know, these activities. Well, it wasn't me, it was the body. Yes, but there's a whole little thing that's going on in the background. You know, I'm gonna just take a quick moment to give you an example. And I'm gonna keep hitting this point because all of you know that I've been making a big deal about the stadium. And it's bothersome because I watch these individuals walk with this look on their faces like they're winning. And they're getting some money, but they're not winning. But let me give you an example. This is what the stadium is. Let's say you own a car, right? You own a car for many years, and the car's been sitting in your driveway. It's undrivable. You used to drive it as it was like a bucket, almost falling apart. Then it came to a point where you could no longer drive that car. The car sits in your driveway. You own the car, but you don't have the resources to get it fixed. You go out and you get an assessment. You get a quote. And somebody tells you it's going to cost you about $1,000 to fix the car, but you only got $400. You're like, man, I really would like to get the car fixed. I got to hold off for a little while. Can't get it fixed until I get the $1,000, what you think is going to cost. But somebody else comes along and says, you know what? It won't even cost you $1,000. It may cost you $600. But you're still scratching your head. Then somebody else comes along and says, you know what? I can help you get the car fixed. And guess what? It won't even cost you nothing. That's what they tell you. But they take the $500 that you have, then they help you put a second mortgage on your house. So you now mortgage your house for another, say, $3,000, and then you go out and you borrow some more money from family, and the person who tells you that they can fix the car and it's not going to cost you anything, they don't make any contribution. So now the car gets fixed, and everybody celebrates. Your family members in the house, the kids, wow, the car's fixed, they're happy. It's a great car now. But they didn't take into account that you already put that $500 in on it. You mortgaged the house for another $5,000, and instead of paying $1,000 for the car, you now paid $10,000 that you got to pay for over a long span of time. Now it gets better. Because the car that you used to own, the person that got it fixed, that pocketed some of that $10,000, now tells you that you get to use the car from Monday through Wednesday. And they use the car Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Now, you put up all the money, it was your car, it was sitting in your driveway, it wasn't usable, now it's usable, it looks nice, but guess what? They utilize it more than you do. And then they take it one step further. On Saturdays, they go out and they rent it to Frankie Flip and let him run an Uber in it. And then the money that comes back from the Uber that's being ran on it, they keep the money. You don't even get a portion of it. And then when you tell them, listen, that car's been my car it was passed down to generation. My grandfather had it. My father had it. It's been sitting in my driveway. Now you're making money on the Uber because you're renting it to Frankie Flip. Can I see the agreement? And they tell you no. You don't even get to see the agreement that the car is rendered under. I've been trying to give examples of this fiasco for the last 2.5 years. In my opinion, what's going to happen is the Jackals is going to fizzle. They couldn't even survive in Montclair. They got booted out of Montclair. You thinking you're going to bring all of these people, these prospective people to Paterson, and then Paterson residents are going to pay to watch a baseball game? And okay, so I don't want to get distracted. But that's what we have going on here. This is the kind of decisions that's being made, and then we're out there cutting ribbons, celebrating, while the people from Paterson are being sidelined. No lines on the field as of yet. Fields Day couldn't take place there. The stadium belonged to this city. Now it belongs to somebody else. And when you go up there, they'll tell you clearly the ownership no longer exists in the city. So this council voted, not as a body, but as individuals that collectively gave that asset away. And we used over $110 million for 60 apartments, 3,000 square feet of retail space, and a refurbished stadium, not a built from ground up. Go to Newark for $190 million. They got 370 apartments, more than 6 times the value. They got 30,000 square feet of retail space, more than 10 times the value. They had the same 250 car parking spaces and a penthouse suite with basketball courts inside of it, gymnasiums inside of it, rooftop decks, state of the art. What did we get? We got Sybil performing on the field with a terrible sound system. I mean, anyway, I'm not going to get all into that. Look, I would like to speak to you guys in the hallway before you leave out. I respect and appreciate. I hope that analogy for the people at home was clear. I'll work on further examples because we've been getting hit in the face with this. And they use the bonding money, they use the tax credits, all over. Passaic spent $14 million to do their stadium. How'd it cost us 110? Their stadium is ours is slightly bigger. 14 million, 110. What kind of business decisions are we making? Anyway, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So before my vote, let's keep in our prayer all the families that are being victim of violence in the city of Paterson. Let's keep the family of Feli de Jesus in our prayer, and G. Seabrook, and many others that have been victim of violence in our community. Let me remind the city of Paterson that the Feli de Jesus reward, it's on Channel 77. There's $50,000 a reward for anybody that comes up and says something about what's going on with the disappearance of Feli de Jesus. If you know something, please say something. Also, let me just thank all the community for attending our the town hall meeting that took place in the Third Ward with the officer in charge, Chief Abazi. I would really want to thank the community. It was sold out. The community spoke loud and clear. We spoke about what's going on in our community, the violence and the shooting that we have in our community now. Violence is not in the first and the fourth ward anymore. Now we have shooting in the third ward. The loud music and that has been going out on at Eastside Park, that our children cannot even play sport at the park, and the illegal dirt bike that driving around the city reckless, and also on the park, damaging our field. So there was a good conversation. Chief Abbasi, he took note that the administration knows about this. They know what's going on. We want answer now. What happened this past weekend was horrible in the city of Paterson. The amount of violence and the shooting that we have is just out of control. Attack with machete. Listen, those are the kind of topic that we got to talk about. And leadership matter, because now we have a new chief in charge. The police is out there. They're patrolling our community. But I want to see the administration more vocal. I want to see the mayor talking about this. This is the conversation that we need to have. I mean, how are we going to stop the violence? This is really affecting every person in the city of Paterson. It's hard to live in the city of Paterson. Do you think that we're going to attract new people from out of town with the violence that we have in our city, with the condition that the city look like? It's just really unacceptable, and we all have to sit down and put egos aside and start getting things done the right way. We better, before it gets too late, because very soon we're going to vote on a budget with 4% increase on the property taxes. I don't know what's going to happen with our senior. I don't know how they're going to pay their mortgage anymore. On top of that, there's been a lot of conversation at this council. Listen, check and balance in government is everything. You cannot feel bad or upset because they're calling you out, because they're demanding information. And I know that the administration, they provide us with a list of answers to the question that on the last meeting. I have it over here. I would like to share with other members of the community. But Councilman Jackson, you spoke about the situation at the fire department. And as I mentioned before, I cannot sit here and not make a comment and stay quiet about it. I don't know what's going on. I don't know the people that are involved, but now I need to know. I need to have a meeting. It could be a close. I don't know what kind of meeting we're going to have, but somebody needs to explain to me what's happening at the fire department. I need to know. As an elected official, I cannot sit here without demanding the real what happened at the fire department and the people that are involved. So with that being said, Patersonian, thank you for coming. Just keep coming, demanding, answering. I mean, the power is in the people. Listen, this entire city, the entire department, all the department head, the reason why they're there is because you pay your taxes. And with your taxes, you pay their salary. So keep coming, keep demanding, answering to all the problems that are affecting our community. And as I mentioned before, that was a powerful meeting, but now the administration and the new chief, they have the information. I want to see action. I request 2 units at Eastside Park on the park because it's getting out of control. I'm expecting to have that. What happened in the weekend at Eastside Park last weekend, we cannot allow that to happen anymore, any longer. So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman and Councilwoman Mims.
So let me, I have so much written, but let me start here. We have to stop using buzzwords when the public comes to the mic. The public comes to the microphone, they have requests. They need answers, they need information. We say every week, wait till the end, they're gonna answer you. You wait. So it's stated, okay, they're gonna start answering questions. So I always give people the opportunity. I give them a couple weeks, let's see what happens. So when I pulled up the request, and this is why I have to say something. We received responses for council and public requests for 2 weeks of meetings. It's only 3 pages. We have at least 30 speakers for the public portion. Where are the requests? Where are the questions? For 2 weeks. So that would be approximately, maybe if there were 2 weeks of 30 each, 60 speakers times the 9 council members that are asking. For example, I looked to see one of the things I asked for, and I asked for many, but I asked for this one in particular. I said there is a conversation regarding the consolidation of 111 Broadway, making it a one-stop shop for all of this, the city business, where if you have issues, you go to this floor for this, that floor. But I had a concern with $20 million being put in place for one rec center. And I'm sure the public, you remember this conversation. And I said I wanted to get information because I think it's not a good idea to have only one rec center right in the middle of the city of Paterson when you have crime all over the place, statistically proven in the 1st, 4th, and 5th ward where crime is higher. I asked for that information. That is not in this packet. And I was very clear in my delivery. It's not here. It's not listed. It's not even answered. So I'm going to put that back on the record. And I heard it was mentioned in the town hall meeting, but it got confused. In the town hall meeting, they talked about 60 Temple. I didn't say 60 Temple. I'm questioning the 111 Broadway. So I'm putting it back on the record. For the viewers that are watching, I want to make sure they were clear. So there's missed opportunities when it comes to the public, the response, and I'll say it again. When the public comes to the microphone, after they are done, immediately they should get answers. To things that we can't answer, you have to tell the public, I can't answer it tonight. We will get back to you, and then there's a response after. But not to get any level of, you're verbally expressing yourself, and then it's like, okay, we'll throw a piece of paper next week, but we may even miss what you stated. It's not even here. This is 2 weeks of information which says council and public, and there's only, and I'll probably just give it to the public, you could just hand it around so you can see, it's only 3 pages. Half of the stuff you talked about is not even up here. So that's one thing. Let me talk about, because I want people to know and understand, Mims always knows what she's talking about. Urban Enterprise Zone. Do not be fooled. $700,000+ is too much money to spend on solar trash cans. It is just too much money. Let me tell you why. They want to get 150-gallon cans, which are $4,400 a piece. And then 50-gallon cans, which are the smaller ones, which are $2,500 a piece. So when you say, okay, well, we need them, I think it's something we need. Let's look at an item we approved tonight. So UEZ dollars can be used for things that are in the urban enterprise zone. So an item we approved tonight was for the Clean Corridor program. Now, when that came for before, we put less than 50,000. This is a group of people, people from Paterson, that we were saying they will go downtown, they will clean the area. Why couldn't half of that money go to that program? You see what I'm saying? So when we say, well, no, we got to get it done and you can't use it for this, we know what it could be used for. We also, on this council, we talked about, and I made the recommendation, when it comes to putting officers in the community, when it first was presented to us, it didn't have officers in the hotspot areas like First Ward, Broadway, Straight Street, Park Ave. And remember the conversation, go back on the tape and look. I was like, this does not represent. We need not just mobile cameras or moving cameras. We need walking cops just like they're putting in the 6th Ward. We need to put money towards increase it. They did. It was pulled. They finally did it. My question is, what happened to the money, the UEZ dollars again, that we approved? There was a press conference in the 6th Ward talking about the 6th Ward and how, oh, this is one of the greatest parts of the community and the officers are there. I never saw a press conference in the 4th Ward, in the 1st Ward, or the 5th. Didn't see it, and we approved it. So is it great to move forward with technology? Absolutely. But moving forward and then being egregious to a Clean Corridor program, which is out of the same allocation dollars, it just doesn't make common sense to do stuff like this. And I applaud you when you talked about the labor that's put into people that work and do the work and do it, because the people that are gonna have to get the beep to go and pick this up, a lot of those employees, a lot of them make less than $40,000 a year. See how quiet it got? They've been working here for years. Some of them can't even afford to buy a house for their families. So we spend $750,000 on solar panel trash cans, but our employees, some of them are not making $50,000 a year. So that can cost more than they've been working if they've worked for at least 10 years. That can that they're picking up the trash is worth more than their salary. Is that terrible? Those are things we have to think about. And we always, yeah, it's great. Oh, we're going to come. And then here's the thing, because Eva talked about it, how people attack them while I was sitting here, because they know never to say who they are, because they know I will address them. They sent me a text message, right, saying that I was a hypocrite and I was fake. The only thing fake on me is my wig. It's nothing fake about Mims. Everything I tell you and I say to you, you can go back, you can track it, you can pull the data, and you can put a pin in it. It is fact. I am not a hypocrite. I don't have to come here to grandstand. And I told the family, I didn't even want them to even announce what I did for them. I did it privately. And they said, we have to say something. I didn't do it for it to be said. I did it because it was something I wanted to do. I didn't do it and say, this is what I gave them, come to, none of that stuff. They chose to come to the microphone. But the problem we have in this community is the people, and I'm going to keep saying it, the people that really care for the community and its people, those are the people they want to put their foot on their neck. And that's why if they could shut your mouth and stop you from coming to the microphone or make you get frustrated when you come down to the council meetings, they're going to try to do that. But guess what? You're still going to have people on this side and other people. Because I love what that guy said. Is you going to ride the wave or you're going to be in the vibe? That's going to be my new thing. I'm going to get a t-shirt. Because it's true. If you would have stopped coming a long time ago, this stuff would have fizzled. But the fact that you keep coming and you got to start bringing people with you. Tell them, you know what, you can't fight. Tell me what's your issue. I'm coming to fight. Today, I was going home. There was a car accident in the middle of 8th Ave. 2 cars. They said, oh, we spoke to a council person. They said they resolved it. So I was like, okay, no problem. I'll come if you need anything, anybody hurt, nobody was injured. I went home. 2.5 hours later, they were still in the middle of the road. I pulled over and made 3 phone calls. You got to have somebody come over here. Children are in the car. The cars were smashed in. They could not move. They were in the middle of the road. I had to make a phone. That was almost 3 hours later because I timed it myself. And if you go to the call detail report, I'm sure they'll show it as well. As much as we're moving and doing some things, we have a long way to go. Because the more we move forward and forget the people, we're not moving forward at all. The more we move forward and keep discounting the voices that come to this chamber or the voices that email us or the voices that send letters and all that, we're discounting the community and we're doing a disservice to ourselves. In closing, Madam Clerk, because I'm going to do like other people, I'm leaving after this. I stay here every night and I have to work in the morning too, and I have 4 children. I'm a single mom with 4 kids and I got grandchildren. And I sit here every night till the end. So if they take a jab and say something, I don't care. Because I'll take a jab back the following week. Well, when we come back in June, because we have no more meetings till June. But let me make these announcements. June 3rd, Paterson Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority is having their scholarship award breakfast from 11 to 3 at the Tides. The tickets are $100. We talked about Councilwoman Ames, her 76th birthday party, which will be at the Vera Ames Park, which is formerly known as Montgomery Park. On June 10th is also the Greek picnic at Eastside Park from 12 o'clock. There's also an event at Amistad Park on that very same day. Blackout weekend, as we've heard before, on that Friday is the gala, which will be located, I think it's at the Brownstone. Saturday is we come down to the Underground Railroad. We do the ceremony there at 10, and then immediately following, we take our march from Masonic Temple up to Eastside Park, and then on Sunday, there is an event. I will continue to pray and advocate for justice for Felix de Jesus and their family. I will continue to fight and advocate for justice for Najee Seabrooks. I will continue to fight and advocate as well for Jameek Lowry and anybody else. People present and people watching. Don't stop coming. I don't care what they say to you. I don't care if someone said they follow you, they can send me text messages on their burner phone all they want. And I wish they would take my phone and find out who did it, so we could blast them in the news to see who's sending council members. So when you're saying we're sitting here on our phone, that's what we're receiving on this side of the dais, because we're speaking up on behalf of the community. But I wish I knew who they were to say these things on my phone when I'm sitting here fighting for you and you can't even be in the meeting. Or maybe there was somebody that was trying to advocate on behalf of somebody else. Paterson, whatever you do, do not fall asleep. Stay attentive, stay awake, and if you can't come to these meetings, reach out to the people that are coming to the microphone. Have them come out and speak on your behalf. Reach out to us. Let us speak on your behalf to make sure that your concerns, your issues, and your needs are not only met, but they are resolved. Paterson, I love you. I'm going home tonight because I want to be with my kids just like everybody else. I'm going home tonight. The majority of the agenda is done. I think there's only 3 items left. I've done city's business, about 95% of it, and I'm going home to be with my children and my family. God bless you and have a great night. My vote, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Madam Clerk. My prayers are with our acting clerk, Ms. Jackie Murray, as she's recuperating and recovering. Thank you for all that you do. Jennifer, to our administrative staff, Ermelinda. Keep our family in prayer in the loss of my cousin, who was like a nephew to me, Jarrell Lowry, who was a teacher right here at College Achieve, as well as a coach for so many children, who passed away unexpectedly on his birthday right here in the city of Paterson. So keep our family in prayer as we're going through this. And it's amazing because last week in the same chambers, I said it. I said, we got to learn how to be nice to each other because you never know if it's your turn next. I said it right here in the chambers, and not knowing that my family member will be taken away from our family like that. So pray for, just keep praying. Everybody have a great night.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Uden?
My vote is yes.
Good evening, Paterson. Good evening, everyone. Those are here. As I mentioned before, that you care about Paterson. That's why you're sitting here voluntarily for many hours. Those who are watching us live, thank you so very much for joining and making sure that you are concerned that what are we doing in the city chamber. And I wish one day even workshop session will be televised and can see what we are doing in the chamber. Let me start with quoting from Sebastian Mejia that crawl before we walk. And this is exactly what I can say this. When we are speaking about this advanced technology of a trash can, and I use the example that, think about the police department currently, that we make phone calls. They are short of staff, that's why we wait for hours, nobody responds. Let's say, and it's a great thing that the trash can will send a report to the DPW department that the cans are full, but if we do not have people to come and collect the trash, it'll sit right there. So what's the point of doing certain things when we are not ready for? We cannot give an example of other municipalities when they are way cleaner and they're trying to be more concerned that if mistakenly something left over, they can get notification. Think about if you go to our social media, how many posts you see every day about different part of the city about cleanliness, and how many of those calls to respond in a timely manner. So this is what my stand for. My stand is not against 21st century technology. I completely support that. I want the implementation in the city when we are ready for. That's all I can mention right here. This is USD money, this is grant money. Yes, that's true, it's free money. It does not mean we can use whatever you want, but we have to use wisely. That's the important thing. Now, this is what I stated earlier when it came. I fought for it. It came to the newspaper, mentioning everything stated in this chamber. And again, I believe that we'll understand the importance that what we are focusing attention to. Now, let's go back to the 21st century technology, that if this is the case, I don't want to just televised workshop session. I want to see that people getting access to join every single council meetings from their home in some means, whether by phone calls or they should be added virtually. That's what technology is the demand for, not the trash can that will send message automatically. Now, just for clarification, thank you, Mr. Frank Filippelli, you came here and mentioned about Veterans Park. I just need to clarify something. When I requested for cleanup to DPW, I requested for Union Avenue from Checkers to Dunkin' Donuts, entire Paterson Avenue, and Toto Avenue from Wayne Ave to Preakness Ave. That's all my request for cleanup. As a central location, I just said on my flyer that meetup location for the volunteers would be Veterans Park. That's all. I'm not cleaning any parks at all. That's not in my request to the DPW. Today I got a phone call, and I don't think I should mention the name, that in the PA Facebook page, they stated that we are going to clean the Veterans Park on Indian Avenue. After the phone call, it came to my, I went through their Facebook page and noticed that yes, they put my flyer, but when the wording says we are going to clean up the Veterans Park. So I called them, I requested them put this away, because this is not what I request to the city that it will do. I request to the city only for these 3 streets, and volunteers are going to meet up at the Veterans Park. So if anyone misunderstands that I'm doing Veterans Park cleanup without knowledge of the veterans, and that's on Saturday actually. So that's a misunderstanding. PA did not ask me to before they post it. I think they just take it from my Facebook page and just put it, and that's misunderstanding. If anyone gets hurt, I apologize for that, because I did not request for the park cleanup. Again, it's for the record. I sent email to DPW. I made phone calls that these are the 3 streets I'm cleaning up. So not any parks involved to this request. Regarding the noise ordinance, and as I mentioned multiple times, that from the very first day of my council job, that I do night patrolling every weekend, Friday and Saturday night. And last summer, when I made so many phone calls for noise issue, then I sat down with our corporation council. I said, corporation council, I made phone calls a lot of time. Police officer sometimes shows up on time, but they never issue any ticket at all. So what's the matter? So we went over the noise ordinance. It says that if the sound is over 85 decibel range, then the police officer can first warn them, and second time, third time, they can issue a ticket up to $500. Now, the reason our police officers do not, most of the cases, issue ticket, because our police officers do not carry decibel meter to range the noise. So how would they know this 85 decibel or not? So with the help of the corporation council, and I commend him for this, that we made a change, and I sponsored it, that if the noise can be heard from 25 feet distance from the source of the noise, then police officers can go and issue ticket, minimum $500, maximum $1,000. That's what's stated. So, and time is 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. in the morning. Is it $2,000? Yeah, I'm sorry. So maximum $2,000, minimum $500. We stated minimum $500, and as an example, I can say one of my neighbor, and before I became council member, it was noise is a big issue. I don't hear much because they play in the backyard. So other street they complain more than I complain. So I spoke to them in a friendly way. I said, "Hey, what's up, man? Every week it's a party going in your house," and he felt like he doesn't care. Because he feels that if he has 10 tickets, he'll go to the court and he'll apologize. And they'll say, okay, for each ticket, pay $50 because there is no minimum mentioned. So he mentioned that there are minimum $500 cost they have to pay if they break the law. So just for clarification, because one of the members came from the 6th Ward. So if that happens, this is the cost they have to pay, and he can make phone calls to the and anything else, I don't think. Again, I am seeking for televising workshop session, televising as regular meetings, 21st century technology, use it, bring people to the chamber from their home in some means by phone calls, virtually. That's what technology we're waiting for. We want cleaner street. And once we are ready to use that advanced technology, we can go for. But as of now, I don't feel we are ready for this because we are not there yet. We can compare ourselves with anything, but it would be like run before you crawl. That's the example we can use for this. So Paterson, again, thank you so very much. Those are here. And again, I multiple times said it, because we are getting paid about $45,000 to $47,000, $48,000 just by sitting here, and you get paid nothing. So who cares more about Paterson? Not me, not us, but you. So thank you so very much, everyone. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
So, I don't get $48,000. I don't get $48,000, Councilman, just for sitting here. Taxpayer, 47 or whatever. I know. That's correct. Minimum, yes, ma'am. We got good relation, that's okay. So let me address some of the issues here that was brought up to the council from the public portion. First of all, Madam BA, to the chair, Madam BA, last workshop, I mentioned that the billboard that the Paterson Police, Community Policing posted in the highway to be raised to the bigger one, and I noticed that is not even being announced. I don't know if they are updating or they doing something. Can you follow up with that with Paterson Police, Community Policing? I requested to, instead of being the lower part, to put in the big one on the top and to leave it for more seconds for people who have the idea and read it. Correct. The billboards on Route 80. I think it's in the St. Joseph side by the hospital. I passed by there and I noticed this past week it's not working, it's not being announced. So I don't know if they updating the information, but they need to do it right away. If it's possible, if they could donate the top portion of is a bigger screen, people could see it from far away. When trucks pass by, it blocks the view of the lower one. So I just noticed that too. I just want to say thank you to the officer on charge of the police department assigned by the Attorney General in the city of Paterson. I just want to clarify something. We have a chief of police. His name is Bert Ribeiro. He is the chief of police, and he still is a chief of police based on civil service. The officer in charge, assigned by the state attorney, AG, is Mr. Abbasi. He conducted a community meetings around the 6th Ward. That is his agenda, and he have called to every 6th Ward to conduct his meeting. I could say that he went to the 5th Ward, and even that it was not packed, and he expressed that he was aware that I had 4 community meetings before that one. So that's a plus regarding quality of life. But one thing that he noticed too is that mainly the complaints and the complainants was from other wards. I'm not saying that's a plus. I'm just saying that we had to address every situation that the city have. They know the plan. We want to know what's the plan. And we want to make sure that quality of life is met in the city of Paterson in every aspect. Happy birthday to the coach that came up here. I know that he probably have a good relation with our assemblyman and our director of recreation, Benji Wimberly. Last time in the council, I mentioned that we have 48 recreational programs, activities in the city of Paterson with 84 stakeholders. Somebody texted me to mention where was the community recreation. I never mentioned community recreation. I mentioned the program that we have. And once again, Mr. Benji Wimberly, the Director of Recreation, is always available in his office to answer any question if you want to participate in any of the recreation program that we have. Yes, the Paterson Police Community Policing is trying to get 60 Temple Street to create their own recreational facility like they have done in South Paterson Library. And they do a lot. They get a lot of funding. They invested in their youth. They do a lot of program. And I see a lot of kids getting involved, trips, bowling, and a lot of stuff during the summer. So this recreation out there, if any parents want to participate in any kind of sport in the city, please contact the recreational department or go to the recreational website and you will see how you can participate in all of them. Dr. Pruden, I have a lot of respect for Dr. Pruden. He mentioned about leadership, change, and hope. And, you know, it's a three words that you had to analyze. And the first thing that came into my mind when he was saying that leadership start through behavior. Change start with behavior. Hope start with some kind of behavior. So everything has to be canalized through some aspect of this kind of leadership that we're looking at. But to say that they don't get action or answer from the council, he knows. If I'm not a doctor, I cannot give you a diagnosis of what you could have or what problem you have. At this point, any issue that comes to the council, we know, everybody knows, that if it's under investigation, you need to wait until investigation is complete. If they have an attorney assigned to it, we have to respect that. There's not a lot we could say if we don't know. They don't even give us information. We share the sentiment of the family. We try to listen to them. And no mean we want to disrespect nobody. And no mean it's not my style to disrespect nobody. Sometimes I get nervous, I smile. It's an habit that I have, but it's not to disrespect nobody. And I apologize if somebody feel offended the way probably I conduct myself, but it's not to offend nobody. Trust me, from the bottom of my heart. I was taking notes, and then when you see me writing, it's because I'm taking notes. I don't need to look at people to take notes, right? I just address what is real important to talk about tonight and answer. Mr. Irvis Durham stated that Fifth Ward will have a summer jam. I just want to let him know that I know he went home, but the Roberto Clemente will go into deep construction that will beautify the Roberto Clemente Park. And thank you for the council for assisting the DPW committee and listening to the community as a whole in the Fifth Ward. You know, if I'm going to pay attention to social media, I'm going to drive crazy. All right? Thank you. When you see something in any ward, I'm going to say in any ward, that is wrong, look at the positive things that have been going on in that ward. Because, you know, paper could hold anything you write, right? So look at the positive things. I know the residents of the Fifth Ward have expressed themselves, and I know that, that I continue working hard for them. And if I have to go out of my ward to assist anybody, if they call me, I will do so. But I have an ethic. I communicate to that councilman that I'm working in that issue and making sure that that councilman follow up with the issue that was brought to me. Madam BA, quality of life is very important, okay? I know that somebody asked me the other day, what's going on? We under another leadership in the police department and no action had been taken in a lot of the issues, but change don't come one day to the other. They don't have a magic wand. We know if you go to any other cities had the same problem that Paterson has. How we address this is different. Of course, we want and we are worried about the quality of life in Paterson. Food trucks issues. We have food trucks challenging the zoning ordinance. We have food trucks challenging the police department. We have food trucks challenging the residents. And when we see that and we receive the call at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, sometimes Councilman Mendez can testify, sometimes our hands are tied up. So we are going to address this issue just to give tools to bring the quality of life up to a standard in the city of Paterson. Madam BA, and you know that we address the dirt bikes and all these motorcycle with ordinance. We established an ordinance to confiscate or retrieve those them that are not registered or et cetera. But those individuals challenging the ordinance, going to gas station, threatening the owners of the gas station, the employees of the gas station to serve them gas. Nothing has been done to address that. Challenging even the police. They go around and willing to, and they don't care. So there's things that our police department want to do, but sometimes they have their tie. They got their hands tied. And when we're talking about compromising the safety and the pedestrian of our city and the legal drivers that we have, we need to take action, Madam BA, to make sure that this is addressed.
Thank you, Councilman.
I haven't finished, just me a minute. So, listening to the cry of my colleagues, we need to do business. Thank you. Pray for Paterson, and let's get moving the city. Let's keep on moving the city forward. Madam Clerk, thank you for your patience. My vote. Oh, so before I give my vote, this is clear, councilmen. I just want to bring this to the floor. The UEZ funding
left before I could make my comments, Councilman.
Okay. The UEZ funding is a grants that we receive, funding that we receive from the state through UEZ. And it has a book of instruction where we could spend that money. If we don't spend that grant, that don't mean if they approve $11 million that we have the check in the bank.
All right.
Every time that they have to approve something, they have to go through the board of UEZ to certify that money that is going to be spent here. Last but not least, the gentleman back here is always trying to work with the youth out there. I don't know if he has some solution today when I spoke to him. Yes? Good. And moving forward, let's work on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council President, thank you for your patience. My vote is yes. Madam Clerk, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Velez. I like to get to the point and be over with. That's how I've been operating since I got elected in 2016. There's a notion out there denying 5 minutes speaking, 2 minutes the extra speaking. Did anyone get shut down coming to the microphone tonight? Did they speak? Did they let their thought out there? Yes, they did. Even last 2 speakers, they weren't supposed to speak. They didn't sign up. As a courtesy, I let them speak. Same way, next council, whoever becomes the next council president, he will do the same thing. There is no reason to change what we have on the book on speaking on public portion. Even in the State House, even in White House, they have 2 to 3 minutes. I didn't see anybody speaking, even congressmen, speaking 5 minutes or 10 minutes, as a courtesy from the whoever sitting at the chair. If anybody want to speak, they'll give you the courtesy. There's one thing I want to get out of the way. The notion of denying 2 minutes is nothing but shenanigan. Okay? Again, we've been talking about televising workshop for what, last 3-4 months? It was never televised before. Workshop, I'm talking about workshop. If only time we televise it when we take action.
Even special meetings.
Councilman, I'm speaking.
I'm sorry, Council President.
Thank you. When we take action, even in the workshop, if we have a special meeting, it gets televised because we are taking action. All the work, nitty-gritty, get done in the committees. Committees. If you talking about corruption, hiding stuff, when you get your agenda, do your workshop, do your work, do your research on the item, then come vote on it. Also, I'm going to mention about the UEZ money. This money are allocated for specific stuff. You cannot use that money for labor. It's a one-time grant. If you even could use it for labor, you're going to hire 5, 6, 10 people for duration of 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. What's he going to do after? When the money run out, what are you going to do afterward? You cannot keep those employees. Also, those garbage cans that we're putting in, the recycling, the bin that we putting in, we're replacing the old one that we have now that get overflown. They get picked up by our DPW employees anyway. This is not an extra work. These are the same people, they're going to do the same job. But at the same time, it is so updated. When it gets filled up, it sends a message to the central that this can is filled up. So they don't have to drive around all day throughout the city picking up trashes. So whatever is ready to get picked up, they will go picked up. Also, I did not support the Hinslip Stadium project. I always don't see eye to eye with the mayor. We have our disagreements. But at the same time, when I was there at the opening day, Senator Cory Booker was there, all the big guys, politicians, Senate Speaker, everybody was there. Obviously, there's something good. That's why everybody's here. That's just my opinion. Out of the 365 days, 180 days, Board of Education can use them. They voted. 180 days, our school. That's half of the year. Our children has it already half of the year. The other 180 days, as far as I know, but we still need a quorum. I was on a mission now.
Hi, Brother Philip, how are you? Can you call somebody there's a council member there, I'm sorry.
No, he's not going to. Okay, 1 second.
Thank you, appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
Come on. And honestly, Council Colley, speaking for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, it doesn't help us in any way or form.
Right.
I'm trying to stay within 5.
Council President, call Councilman Velez.
Okay, give me a minute. I'm gonna close it. So, the stadium, even is Board of Education. They are the main ones behind putting all these agreements, and we keep talking about it. At least it's done already.
Mm-hmm.
Let's support. There's nothing we could do, nothing I could do. I did not support that project, but nothing we can do. Let's support it. 180 days, like I said, for our Paterson Public School.
Mm-hmm.
Other 180 days is for the city of Paterson, I believe. Out of the, Jack Hall's got like 50 days. Rest of the days, community gonna use it. People not gonna come from the Mars and try to take over the stadium. There might be a fee. Everything in life, there is a fee out there. to keep it up.
Let's hope they say 2
So
years.
my whole thing is let's look at it in a positive way. And UEZ, like I said, hey, we have to do something. We have to move the city forward. I mean, I hear the public portion, 30 speakers. Today, we had close to about 10, 20 speakers. Most of them made statements. It's a statement, it's not a question for the administration or Madam BA to answer. I found like 3 or 4 questions, like does the mayor listen to all the public portion? That's one of the questions. Another question was, she need a copy of description of the council job. That could be answered. Besides that, everybody else come here, made their statements. Can you answer a statement? It's a statement. But we'll come, blame, we'll do what we need to do. But I'm just clarifying. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. Okay. My vote is, thank you. I'm sorry. My vote is yes to close that public portion. Thank you. Madam Bia, did you want to say something? And we have, council member, we have like 8, probably
Shall I do
6,
the
7, 8
votes?
items. Yes.
The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public portion is closed.
Madam Bia?
Thank you, Council President. Yes, I did, thank you for bringing that up, because I think I wanted to reiterate the point that there might only be 3 pages of responses, because so many of the participants in the public portion really make comments, everything from Juneteenth, which there are so many people excited about, and moving on. So I wanted to just address that the mayor is listening. All of us have conversations with the mayor on the day after the council meeting. Most of the time, he's watching portions himself. So I wanted to note that. I also wanted to talk about, to reiterate that actually the very first game at Hinchliffe Stadium was by our youth teams from Eastside and Kennedy. I wanted to answer the one, we did, my colleague and I, as we're putting together the council request, we must have missed that one about the recreation center, but in part because we have addressed that repeatedly, and we actually had meetings with all the council members, including Councilwoman Mims, discussing the fact that we're starting with a feasibility study for the recreation center. And so everything is on the table right now. We had a conversation with our delegation about potential funding down the road for the recreation center, but there is no final decision that's been made. We want to look at all the available options. That includes multiple ones in different wards. That includes one location that might be consolidated in different places. That might consolidate different buildings in one location. So it wasn't, this is the same conversation that we've been having over the last year with ARP dollars. And I know Councilwoman Mims was part of that very early on when meeting with the mayor about it. And regarding the dirt bikes, Councilman Velez, I just want to make sure that you're aware, and Councilman Mendez, that this has come up as well in our cabinet meeting just this week, and OIC Abbasi was talking to our DPW director about some strategies for Eastside Park. They're going to continue to give that extra attention. So we will continue to follow up with any written requests that we get, and but again, there might not be that many for this week. There might only be a page or 2 of council request responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam BA. We just, council member, we just have about 7, 8 items. Madam Clerk, let's do the non-consent agenda item. I think we have 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26 left.
For real?
Let's do that in order.
What about the second reading?
Sure. 22 from 26, Council President, and then the second reading.
Yes,
That's all we have left.
3, yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Item 22, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Item number 22, resolution addressing the renewal of a junkyard license for Alfredo Ramos, A&R Recycle, 1 through 11, Bergen Street, First Award Finance. Resolution number 23:329.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez and Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 22.
Roll call on item number 22. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yeah, and before my vote, just for the public, for a point of clarity, once we receive the renewal of the junkyard license, the clerk department have done all the job, all the due diligence, and all the paperwork in order before this legislation come in front of us. So with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman.
Yes.
Councilman Newton, okay. Councilman Velez.
So normally this item goes to the consent agenda, but all this item that we're gonna do now, first word, all of them first word. I recall Councilman Woolby Cotton to state it, if you're gonna put it in a regular, not consent agenda, please stay to equal vote. But we are here to do business. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman.
All this item, if you don't oppose to it or don't bring the ownership or owner of these entities in front of the council to hear them out, I don't even know why it's in the non-consent agenda.
That's right.
It's just, they just want to make it
Extended.
like a shenanigan out here. That's the only reason. Watch, everything, all these items should be on the consent agenda. One vote is done with, all of us will vote unanimously this item. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 22 is adopted.
Item number 23.
Item number 23, resolution addressing a new entertainment show license for El Cubatazo Bar, 541 Union Avenue, First Ward, Finance, Resolution number 23,
So moved.
colon 330.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 23.
Roll call on item number 23. Councilwoman Davila.
I'm going to say this very quickly. This is a new entertainment show license for a new business, although the structure has been there and it was a previous same-like business. It has been closed for quite a few years, and so, just wanted to put that on record. So with that said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
All the paperwork in place.
Yeah.
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. The votes are 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 23 is adopted.
Next item, item 24, Madam Clerk.
Item number 24, resolution addressing a new dance hall license for El Cubatazo Bar, 541 Union Avenue, First Ward, Finance, Resolution number 23, colon 331.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 24.
Roll call on item number 24. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
I'm just gonna make my statement, even if the place is called a cubetazo, that means hitting you with a bucket. But I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say loud and clear. To the owners of the cubetazo, is a new dance hall license and a new entertainment show license. Please put in place your security, put in place anything you could put to preserve the quality of life of the area, and please take in consideration that you have residents that live there, probably they are seniors, people that are sick, people that have problems in life, and that corner is in the North Main, West Broadway, and Union Boulevard. So it's a busy road. Make sure that your client, your customers cooperate, and you make sure the quality of life is preserved, because at the same time, ABC or this council could address your entertainment license and your liquor license. So behave, be responsible, make sure your neighbors feel happy that you are there. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman.
Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. The votes are 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 24 is adopted.
Next item, item 25.
Next item, number 25.
We got a
Council member has a conflict with this item. It's a resolution under Paterson Code, Chapter 129, entitled Bazaars for the Passaic County Community College to conduct a festival at Mary Ellen Kramer Park, Paterson, Great Falls.
Can I have a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 25.
Roll call on item number 25.
Councilwoman Davila won't vote on it.
Yeah.
We'll start for Councilman Mendez.
Councilman Mendez,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Newton,
Yes.
Councilman Velez. Councilman Velez.
No, I just, I gotta vote yes, but I gotta add something to legal.
Madam Clerk? He voted yes.
Okay.
Oh, you
Council
voted?
President,
My vote is yes as well.
thank you. So the votes are 4 in favor, 1 recused, and 3 absent?
Four
absent. 4 absent. This resolution is adopted.
Item 26.
Item number,
Yes.
yeah.
Item
Item
20.
number 26, resolution approving settlement of tax appeals on Block 1013, Lot 10, AKA 161-167, Sherman Avenue, owned by 151 Sherman Holdings LLC, finance resolution number 23:333.
So
So
moved.
move.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call on item number 26.
Roll call on item number 26, Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
I just want to tell Council President I move it two at the same time they amended it, but that's okay. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President.
This went to the tax appeal court, and we have to agree with the judge and pay up. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 5
Second
in
reading.
favor, 4 absent.
He's doing-
Item number 26 is adopted.
Council President?
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes, just quickly. Council President, we have 3 items left in second reading, so I know that you're going to open and close hearing. I'm just going to respectfully ask my colleagues, since we've discussed this first reading, if we can just please vote.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 1, second reading.
Item number 1 on second reading, public hearing required. Ordinance establishing a 30-minute parking zone on Union Avenue between Marion Street and Coral Street. Public Works Resolution number, ordinance number 23-038.
So
Move
move.
it.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Public hearing is open on item number 1.
See no move to close.
Second.
See no one move to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 1, Madam
Roll call
Clerk.
To close the public hearing on item number 1, Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
We have 5 in favor, 4 absent.
Public hearing is
Public
closed.
hearing is closed. This item.
Let's
Okay.
roll call on item number 1.
Roll call on item number 1, Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Votes are 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 1 is adopted.
Item number 2, second reading ordinances.
Item number 2 for second reading, public hearing required. Ordinance establishing always stop control at the intersection of 20th Avenue and East 28th Street. Public Works, ordinance number 23-039.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Udine. Public hearing is open on item number 2.
Seeing none, move to close.
Move to close.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez,
Councilwoman Davila, I'm sorry.
and second by Councilman Velez.
Yes, got that, I'm sorry.
Roll call on closing the public hearing on item number 2.
Roll call on closing the public hearing on item number 2, Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson is here.
Oh, Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Thank you.
This is for what?
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
This is to close the public.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Council President, did you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We have 6 in favor, Four absent?
No, 3 absent.
Three absent, I'm sorry. Council President, he's here. Okay, 3 absent. The public portion on item number 2 is closed.
Let's have the roll call on adoption on item number 2.
Item number 2 for adoption, Councilwoman Deborah.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
I just want to thank the principal of School 30, that is located in 20 Avenue East 28. Also to the parent coordinator or liaison from the school, Mrs. Patty Quispe, for bringing to my attention the situation of that intersection. But at the same time, I had a meeting with some of the personnel of the school that they had to advise their parents that when they drop into school, the kids in school, to avoid to park, double park. That creates a public pedestrian safety issue. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 2 is adopted.
Let's do item number 3, Madam Clerk.
Item number 3, second reading, public hearing required. Ordinance establishing always stop control at the intersection of Toto Avenue and Paterson Avenue, Public Works. Ordinance number 23-040.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendez, Velez, and Udine. Public
Move to
hearing
close.
is required. Anyone here to speak on item number 3?
See no move to close.
Second.
Seeing no one, move to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call on closing the public hearing on item number 3, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 3. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes, I'll.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
We are closing the public session?
Yeah, public hearing.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
We have 6 in favor, 4 absent. I'm sorry, 3 absent. Closing on item number 3.
Public hearing.
Vote now.
Let's vote on item number 3 for adoption, Madam Clerk.
Item number 3 for adoption, Councilwoman Davila.
So I just want to just quickly just say, thank you for bringing this item to DPW committee. This is definitely, I'm not a fan about four-way stop signs, but in certain areas you definitely need it. And I've gotten numerous calls on this specific intersection of Totowa Ave and Paterson Avenue. So with that said, to all those constituents, my supporters in that area, it's getting done. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
So before I vote, I'd like to thank the residents on Paterson Ave and Toto Ave to reach out to me. And so many people actually signed signature before they reached out to me, and I came over to our chairman of the committee, Councilman Velez, and thank you, Councilman Velez, and rest of the members of the committee to move it forward. And again, thank you to the community members, those who reached out to. And last, in few months, more than 7 accidents took place in that intersection. So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
So that's good because I have 2 at large, 1 councilman, second ward, lobbying for the same intersection, and a committee that approved it to be here to vote unanimously on the situation. So once again, the stop sign are going to be erected, but if you don't stop, you're going to create the same problem. Okay, so make sure you follow traffic rules. Pedestrian safety is a must, but we could put on signing the bills. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is in the second ward.
Thank you.
Second ward where it does need that 4-way stop sign, and my vote is definitely yes, Madam Clerk.
Council President. Since we finished with the whole agenda, motion to close the meeting.
No, you need to announce.
You have to announce the votes, Councilman. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 3 is adopted on second reading.
Very good.
Move to close.
Move to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on adjourning the meeting for tonight, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the regular meeting of May 23rd, 2023. Councilwoman Davila.
Paterson, it's almost midnight. My vote is yes to close today's regular meeting of May 23rd. Thank you.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So before my vote, Madam Clerk, you have done an outstanding job. You've been with us in the last couple of meetings. But let me take this time to wish a speedy recovery to Jackie, our clerk. We love you, Jackie. We have you in our prayer, and I know you're going to be with us soon. So with that being said, it's good to talk about positive things. Madam VA, I appreciate the response that you're sending to us. Let's continue moving on that direction. And I would like to just inform all the speaker when they come in front of the mic. If you want to respond on the email, leave your email on the list, and the administration having your email, they will be able to send the response back. That way you could have it before the meeting. Also, once again, to all our third ward residents, I want to thank you all for being at that meeting with Chief Abbasi. We spoke about what's going on in the third ward and also in the city of Paterson. There's a plan, and I'm looking forward to see result. I'm looking forward to see the action that we're going to take against loud music at Eastside Park, those illegal dirt bike driving around reckless. There's a legislation in the book already. All we want is enforcement. If we enforce the law that we have in the book, we will have a clean and a safe city. So that's what we're looking for. We also spoke about a lot of commercial truck parking overnight. There's a legislation in the book that prohibit commercial vehicle from parking in the street overnight. If you own a company, if you have a commercial vehicle, know that you should not be parking that truck or that vehicle overnight in our street. You will be ticketed and towing. And I'm looking forward to see the administration enforcing all the law that we have in the book with our new chief. I see that they patrol in the community, but police response has been one of the biggest problems that we have. If you get into an accident, it takes 2 to 3 hours for the police to show up. It's really bad what's going on with our police response. That definitely need to be addressed. So I'm looking forward to see changing, and with after our meeting, knowing that they are aware about what's going on in our community. So with that being said, Paterson, good night. Let's keep praying for our community. To all my third ward residents, my cell phone number is 973-930-1436. We're looking forward to have zero tolerance against loud music and people affecting the quality of life of all the residents in the city of Paterson. I understand that we cannot policing everything, but I'm going to be out there. I've been addressing some of the problems in the third ward myself personally. We've been very successful, but knowing that I want to make sure that our police department stay in the third ward addressing those problems, specifically Eastside Park and all the surrounding area, Riverside section, the entire community. If you have any question, reach out to me. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Good night, Paterson.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Uden.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, thank you, Paterson. As I mentioned earlier, for clarification of the cleanup drive, that the cleanup drive we're going to have this Saturday from 10 o'clock to 1 p.m., 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Union Avenue, Paterson Avenue, and Totowa Avenue. So if you have time, any volunteer want to participate, please meet us at the Vietnam Veterans Park on Union Avenue. With that being said, again, thank you to the resident, those who reached out to me regarding the 3-way stop sign on Totowa and Paterson intersection. Again, I requested those who are watching us live about the Cumberland Ave speed bumps, and again, I can say this, I sent your request to the DPW committee, and Councilman Velez is here. He got the application request. Now, another application that's in the process, and Councilman Velez, I'll send you over as well. The request came from the Chatham Ave that for the speeding, because the street is most of the time empty, and some people take the advantage of going and do the nonsense, and which may cause any incident So we don't want that happen in our streets. So with that being said, my vote is yes to close these regular meetings.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
I just want to put on the floor too, the overnight commercial ordinance was amended by this council and sponsored by me, but thank you for councilman that approved it. It was amended from $250 fine up to, starting $750 if you park a commercial vehicle plate or size of vehicle or commercial on city street from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. The other one that we created was a day commercial parking ordinance. You are parked in an R1 zone or R2 zone that's residential, you could get ticket also for having a commercial vehicle in those places. So keep in mind, $750 fine, starting up to whatever the judge want to put it. So the speed hump is already an ordinance. Councilman, I know you'll be sending requests to the committee, but there's a ordinance for speed hump. The instructions are there. Any residents that want to go to the DPW, DPW office in Eastside Park, go get the ordinance, go through the requirement, and submit it to DPW, to administration. Administration had to get the funding to put those speed hump or stripes in our street. I want to bring this up to date. Madam BA, Council President, through the chair. Madam BA, thank you for responding to one of my questions regarding that, and the question was easy, to give me the numbers of inspection that have conducted by the Board of Health. I requested from 2016, but they supply me from January 1st, 2021. The Board of Health have conducted 1,686 retail food inspection with result of total 37 closures. That means that they've been enforcing it in around the city in different restaurants. I know they have gone to even food trucks enforcing retail food inspection. So I would just want to make that in only 2021, 1,686 retail food inspection, which result of 37 closure. I put this on the floor because I believe this administration and this department, the Board of Health, is not just singling out one particular business on it. So saying that, good night to all the residents of Paterson. The summer is going to be soon here. Please cooperate with your neighbors. Let's be considerate. The less call the police get for loud music or any minor issue, we'll address other quality of life and respond for our police officers. Thank you to the two police officers that have been here in the chambers and those that are out there protecting the city of Paterson. Saying that, Madam BA, Corporate Counsel, thank you for your service. Madam BA, you're doing great today. Thank you. CFO, you did a great job in keeping quiet. Council President,
thank you.
Madam Clerk, my secretary, thank you for all you do. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. CFO we didn't even ask him one question tonight, but he did a great job. Thank you, Mr. C. We didn't even ask him one question. I want to congratulate all the graduates. Anytime I go to social media, I see somebody graduating college that I know. So I want to congratulate every one of them. Also, I just want to give you an update to the community. Chamberlain, Redwood Ave, and Elbaron Ave, that section is the pave started. The work started more than 3 years ago. We've been pushing the administration for last 3 years to get those streets done. Also, in the pipeline from the second ward is Manchester Avenue, Carlisle Avenue, Cumberland Avenue. They will get done in the fall. I spoke to the engineer today. He said he's on the schedule for the fall. Also, with the speed hump, I don't think we are installing them anytime soon because we don't have the money. Or many times we spoke to the DPW director, even administration. They don't have the money to put those speed hump on. When we have the money available, hopefully we'll put them on throughout the city, specifically by all the schools' locations. I want to wish Madam Clerk, everyone, have a good night, and my vote is yes to close the meeting tonight.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. The regular meeting of May 23rd, 2023 is hereby adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.